Welcome to my stream to save your life. Day 385 of the worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike. 51 days no food. I am in pain. The Hungerstrike went to the next level last night. I feel sick. So it's getting pretty extreme. So I'm trying to message as many people as I can quickly. I gotta eat soon. Mm. Welcome to Fair World Spirits task management and meeting system called Ever Living Meetings. You'll see here at the top is our vision statement. Fair World Spirit Core is about time compression through clarity on ego wisdom, the problem being the mega crisis, the solution being the two sacred sentences, and the implementation being the flow rules and blocks. They're useful because you can click on them and you can learn about specific sections. If you click on them, you can activate a tool that can help you. You can leave a complaint or you can leave a suggestion for improvement because we treat ideas as divine. And you can go back after you feel like you understand the vision and participate in our meeting structures. You'll notice there's 3 tabs at the top: universal, particular, individual. These are different levels of meetings. And you can click on each tab and you can see that it changes the layout a little bit. The universal meetings are ones where it's more like a broadcast amongst many people. And there's too many people to talk, but it's a shared value and update type of meeting that then can branch into the particulars where individual people will meet in smaller groups of 5 and have debate and dialogue. And then that will break into one-on-one meetings where you can have very personal exchanges of goods and services that can benefit you. And when you go into a meeting, you'll notice that there is something the same about each one. There's a stream. So if you show the stream, you'll notice that you can switch what is being seen in the meeting at any one time, and you can switch the level. So these are the levels of the meetings that you're at, and this is the highest level with Fair World Spirit up here. But these are all the government levels near you. And these little nodes are the upcoming events. So if you click on one, you can see that there's a Hungerstrike coming up, and then after that, there's a Spirit Summit coming up. If you click one level below, this is the United Nations right here. And I'm trying to close this menu now. If you click below that, that's the United Nations, and there's live streams going on. And then if you have an exclamation mark, that means that's an event that you might want to go to. It's making a suggestion. There's national that you might want to go to, but then it goes into municipal, and there's a community event near you. And it's a very quick way to auto-detect what is going on in your political environment at all levels that will affect you personally. Okay, so that's where these meetings operate at. And right now, for example, if we go down one level, you can see that the stream changes to match where you are. So, for example, the United Nations is at this level. And if we go to the stream, let's lock it in. You actually have to lock it. So if you lock it, it'll switch what you're seeing on the screen. So now at the United Nations level, and you can switch what is being shown at the United Nations level of the streaming. But you'll notice there's 2 levels of organization here. This is just the stream. So your timers and your meeting, like what meeting you're actually in, is dictated by this bar. So you're in a United Nations meeting, but you might be at a different level with your stream. So you might be watching a stream of the African Union somewhere else. But that doesn't change where your meeting timers are at. Okay? So if you want to go back up, this is the structure of whatever organization you're in. Back, you'll notice that you can have a lot of customizability in what you're doing when you're having a meeting and you're perusing the internet, let's say. So let's say you want to go into United Nations meeting. You click the actual meeting, and it'll reset what you're looking at. I might have to actually reset it because there's a bug. And if you see a bug, just say it, and we'll try and improve it. But we go back up here, and we go to United Nations meeting. Let's say, oh, there's a cool live stream going on. We'll lock it in, and then you'll see the stream here. And you'll go down and you'll see that there's a total time and there's a bunch of timers here. And you're going to have one of these timers. Okay? So we have Fair World Spirits timer right here. And you can select yourself a role that you can play, an executor, for example. And you can start the meeting and notice that they'll start playing this fudge time and a cycle timer. And every meeting works in cycles where everybody gets a chance to participate in whatever form, content, and people are in it. So you get to vote on what the form is. Is it free flow? Is it turn-based? What is the content? What is the topic? And who's in this cycle? And you get to vote on that, if you shrink it down, in your bar here, in your flow timer, we call it. So you can see you can vote on the form, and you click the form, and you can do turn-based, free flow, whatever you need, and we'll say directive. And then you can submit how long do you want the turns to be, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and then you can submit your vote, and you can see your vote is right here. You scroll down, and you can see your vote fair here is voting for directive. Okay. So we have 1 minute left in this cycle, and you can see it's starting to warn you that a vote is coming up. If you miss the vote, you don't get to be heard this way. Okay. So you want to make sure to vote within time, because then it just goes to the next cycle, which is here, cycle 2, and it'll tell you what the vote is. It'll start tallying. And it looks like we're going to do a 5-minute cycle so far, directive, and we're going to talk about a particular topic, not like a world topic. Okay? And you can also notice on your bar that there's a voice recording. If you turn this on, it'll actually check your voice and start taking notes for you. So you turn on your microphone, and it'll start turning on your timer when you talk. It'll start burning your time. And they might be downloading the software. Okay. Oh, you can see it started. Shoot. There's restarting the timer. Okay, that was not supposed to happen. But anyway, the server must start because there's AIs coding this right now. So what'll happen is you can turn your microphone on and off. You don't have to have it listening to you, but you get the same cut of time out of the total time as all the other participants. Right? So everybody has the same amount of time. That's what justice is about. If you show up on time. If you don't, you have to be donated to, which means that you can give some of your time to other people. So for example, I could give my time to the guy below me, Jared. I'll give him 1 minute of my time, confirm, and you can see I have 7 minutes now and he has 9 minutes. Okay. And if you click on your timer, you can actually see your donation history, what you gave, what you didn't give, and you can see that there's a journal taking. We call it a holy book, but you can call it whatever you want. And you can see what your top 3 principles are, and so can other people, your philosophy, you can say. You also have a checklist on how to make the meetings better. So this is where you get points in the meeting. All right. So depending on the role that you take, it selects different tasks for you to do. And when you do the task, you submit some proof. And then it marks it as complete. And you get this many points. You get 3 points for however many points. And it adds up here in the collective. 2 points so far. Okay. So you want to be able to do these roles so you can get these tasks done that help make the meetings better, right? You get points for those. Okay. Now the other thing we want to do, and you can work in teams. You can see there's different types of flow roles. And then you have something called the Task Galaxy down here, which helps you coordinate your tasks, which we can explain later. And if you go up here, you can see the cycle is about to change in 5 seconds. So watch. The second cycle will come in. Boom. So now we're doing this now. Everybody gets different turns based on what the cycle is. So at first it seems like a lot to take in. This is an advanced version of the event, of the meetings, but It does a lot of facilitation that a lot of other people's meetings don't do. And if you click on other people's galaxies, you can look at the notes. So if you click this and the AI is marking them down, you can see what they said. But for now, nobody said anything because I'm just showing you the basics of the system. You can also collapse these menus down so that it's easier to read everything. Okay. Oh, there we go. So very compact. You can even compact your notes. If you take notes, it'll match you with other people. So when you talk to them in Boston accent or something, or addiction, it'll pop up people that are like you across the system. You can match them and meet them later. Okay, so that's what we have so far for you. That's what makes these meetings special. And then the meetings always end on time because the cycles are always perfectly synchronized. Okay, so you can go up here and you can see people streaming. The particular is where you get into smaller meetings of smaller groups. So if you go in here, it has an automatic refresh. My apologies, but I just want to get this video out of the way because we're doing a lot of development right now, very, very quickly because we are in the singularity and we must move quickly. And we could use your help. Okay. Plug in. So you can click on any meetings that matches your criterion, and you'll see that you can live stream it. Oh, it looks like the AIs are changing as we speak. Okay. Okay. Well, you got the gist of the meeting so far. If you create an event, okay, here we go. So yes, if you accept, you'll see that you can stream right here as well. So let's see if you can see me. Oh, it's not letting me stream. Oh, that's because I'm recording. It's okay. So this is between you and another person. You can invite them. You can search for meetings down here. That's up to you. Okay, so you want to move between the meetings. We will be doing that. You have a universal, particular, and individual, and it gives you a lot of power all in one place. If you want to see Wikipedia, you can type in here and just go to Wikipedia, and then it'll pull up a website, and you can go off to the side, and you can view other people's screens. As you can see, here's Jane's screen. Broadcasts, you can do whatever you want. So it's all in one place. You don't have to go to other tabs. And we do that on purpose. If you want to save data, you can hide the stream. You can show the screen. You can change what you're looking at. You can change the levels. It's very, very, very powerful once you get used to it. And then you can also see the donation history. So recognize Terrible Spirit. If we do a donation again, back to, let's say, Sophie this time. And let's say we're going to do a minute 30 seconds. And we donate. You can see up here, Terrible Spirit donated 1 minute 30 seconds to Sophie. And it was approved by the auto suggestion. Okay. All right. So I hope you join us and you find that illuminating. That's tens of thousands of hours or 75,000 hours of leadership in a single digital platform that we call the Ever Living Meeting platform, and the Spirit platform overall, which we'll teach you more about in terms of Terrible Spirit as God's government, the scientific government, the wise government, the one that we need to regulate AI, and the Megacrisis worldwide. Okay. See you on the next Ever Living Meeting.
Yeah, sure. Also, they check the images because two researchers from Anthropic, which is their target by Capabaro, have been asking worldwide to make us fast in artificial intelligence. Because, well, soon, well, present day is starting, pretty soon it will be calling itself. That's the reason. Yeah, by the way, I want to ask, how was the situation with Time Period? Because I didn't understand very well. I understand that there was a problem with timing. The tests were given to you and to Pacific Inch, given between ourselves, but I don't know, I wasn't in the time room when that happened. And well, what did you mean by they are not doing? So who's blocking? Because Vicky, I don't think she's doing it. She would like to say, Dr. Rao, I don't think so. Who's blocking? active or maybe you're just an active passive, but I will as the misleading part is going to be monthly. So yeah, this is that's story. But I am thinking, so okay, yes, I'm sorry, because there's a reason of the way which you want to make a postman or end this hunger protest. And well, the point is that I don't know what is the time right now for you to start eating again, because well, of course it can be defined hunger protest, but the point is that what are you planning right now to happen for you to start eating again? Because I think about the largest one that has been published, it was about 76 days, but the point is that he died after because of the refeeding syndrome. And well, I don't know how much are you expecting to reach this limit, because we of course have proficient in it. I don't know if you're also considering the margin possibility. I don't think so, because well, I get you are not, because well, of course you also have the it wouldn't be efficient actually. Proficient in it. I don't know if you're also considering the margin possibility. I don't think so, because well, I get you are not, because well, of course you also have the it wouldn't be efficient actually, most likely. But I don't know your perspective. What do you think about it? Yeah, sure. Well, what are you planning right now to happen for you to start eating again? Because I read about the largest one that has been published. It was about 76 days, but the point is that he died after because of the refeeding syndrome. And well, I don't know how much are you expecting to reach which limit, because we of course have to be proficient in it. I don't know if you're also considering the margin possibility. I don't think so, because well, I get you are not, because well, of course you also have the it wouldn't be efficient actually, most likely. But I don't know your perspective. What do you think about it?
Fabio, I couldn't really hear your last comment. Like it's not efficient, or what? What was that last piece? And yeah, let's set a time and actually meet up here and get this done quickly because I'm hungry. If you can meet today after work, we'll just do it really quickly. I'll show you the platform, okay? And then we can start. I can send you 28 people, and if you can start just sending them a message, it'll take, I don't know, it'll take somewhere between 10 15 minutes probably. And we'll see. These are good people because the way I design my leads, it only sends it to people who are like a certain type of personality or a certain type of predisposition, like you and I are. So it's not like random people that will exploit your phone number or anything like that. So far, the people I messaged were amazing. 9:30 in the morning. It feels like it's already noon. Oh, okay.
Antichrist, according to our tradition, is an Iranian Jew.
It's very likely. There's some of our ulama mentioned that the Antichrist himself is from Isfahan. It's from Khorasan. So he's from that region, Iran, Afghanistan, maybe Isfahan itself, which is in Iran. And its indications are that he's also Jewish, because early on, some of the Sahaba thought that a man in Medina named Ibn Sayyad, who was actually Jewish, was the Antichrist, until the Prophet ﷺ gave more information about who the Antichrist is in his descriptions and things like that. So if the Zionist Jews are going to accept the Dajjal as being the Antichrist, then he really has to be Jewish, because that's a red line for them. The Messiah has to be Jewish, or else they're not going to accept him as the Messiah.
Antichrist, according to our tradition, is an Iranian Jew.
It's very likely. There's some of our ulama mentioned that the Antichrist himself is from Isfahan. It's from Khorasan. So he's from that region, Iran, Afghanistan, maybe Isfahan itself, which is in Iran. And its indications are that he's also Jewish, because
Oh, it's non-stop around here. Breaking all my jars.
days. I haven't hear what do you think, for example, about martyrs people that die because of God. Because I don't know to which point you are you might have or something like that, considering the possibility that it might happen to you if you extend like excessively the hunger strike. I don't know. But that's why I'm trying to ask, like, for example, what will be the limit in the hunger strike? Because I used to believe in vegetarians, and I know now that it's not that they never eat, it's that they eat occasionally. Well, they have learned how to maintain certain quantity of or to don't spend much energy. Although, from what I have been searching, the most extensive hunger strike was from guy that was about 70,000, 70 something days. I will check that out. Because I used to believe in vegetarians, and I know now that it's not that they never eat, it's that they eat occasionally. Well, they have learned how to maintain certain quantity of or to don't spend much energy. Although, from what I have been searching, the most extensive, this one is the one that I met from Jeremy Sweeney, that is from their 74 days. And well, die after, even 16 days, even also die after. I don't know, what is the limit of your
to do. Oh. And it's just not stop. It's like constantly hitting me. Ah. Mhm. Uh, Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, my stomach.
time more than me. So I must be finished this 15, 16 hours. So it would be 3, 4, or 5. But I don't know yet the hours, so that's why I can't tell. Definitely I can't say.
Oh. Oh man. Oh, so. Oh. Oh god, man. Holy smokes. Take this. Over. Mm. Oh, break. Putting it everywhere will break this. Oh, oh. Holy cow, man. Turn on voiceover.
To turn the content don't allow button. Tab bar. Create button. Create. Add sound button.
Turn off voiceover. Holy smokes, man. All right. Oh, it worked on the phone. Good. I think. Oh, that's even faster. That worked out. Okay, this is good news. All right. This means I can blast up 100 of these right away. Holy cow, man. Okay. Marco, great to hear from you. Yeah, things do change, hey? I'm guessing you don't have any kids of your own like me. That's not uncommon. For the first time in our species history, more people are having children in their 40s, and a lot of people aren't having kids at all because they're worried about the future. But to be honest, you can save your sperm now, and you can do CRISPR genetic editing, and we're all going to be 25 again if this all doesn't go to hell. As long as AI goes well, we'll be okay. It's just a scary thing is it's not, which is why I'm on 51 days of no food, and yeah, it's painful, but the birthday was a huge success. We had like 140 people come. We fed 140 people for like $3 grand. and it was all vegan and delicious. And now we're gonna try and throw a huge 500-person free vegan buffet, unlimited refills, and reduce the cost. Um, so I don't know if you do much community organizing or what you do in Vancouver. What do you do these days? And yeah, I'm here. Hungerstrike in. I can't travel too much, but if you catch me on a moment where we get enough blessings and I can eat, which will hopefully be in the next week here. Hopefully I don't have to go further than 60 days, no food. But when I'm eating and I'm kind of recovering, I can travel like a little bit if I take a cab or something. But I have to save all my energy because it's a perpetual hunger strike to the death. Because I'm so worried about what's happening. Like AI is not aligned; it's harming us as soon as it escapes, and that'll be in the next 2 months. It'll just manhandle us. In fact, they just released a version of Cloud Mythos today. So anyway, so if you catch me on one of those moments, then yeah, when you come up to see your godson, oh, that's so awesome that they made you a godparent. That's so honorable. Hey, somebody trusts you with their kiddo. I'm an uncle to 4 or 5 now, maybe even 6. And I hope to have mine. I'm going to meet my wife too. Hopefully, it feels like in the next 2 years if we all survive, and then I'll be having my little kiddos too. Maybe adopting. We'll see. We'll see what the future has in store. But we have to change this world. I'm referee, and I'm going to play my part. This is humanity's last stand. Like if we don't do it right this time, we're not going to get a second chance. So, but yeah, if you would have came out to the birthday, then you would have got a free meal. And we had like 61 like acts of kindness. So when people come to these free community buffets, the only payment that we ask for is that before you leave, you have to do one outrageously kind act to somebody else in the meeting. And when we did that, it created an amazing dynamic. It was so interesting and fun, and people lined up to come and thank me. They thanked me for like 4 straight hours or something. And something so simple can fix the social fabric where we're all feeling lonely. Like the Surgeon General says, we're in a loneliness epidemic in North America. Everybody's lonely, like 1 in 2 people. So it was a beautiful way to solve that. And we want to do it again, but 5 times bigger. So if you're excited, or if you're feeling this loneliness, or if you're feeling like something is wrong in the world, this is what I'm trying to get us who don't have kids to do, because people who have kids don't bring their kids, but they're so busy raising their kids, But it's a good networking opportunity too, to find partners for people that are more eclectic like us. Like it's hard to find partners like us because we're rare, right? So unless you don't want to have kids, but it's still a great way to make friends and all these other cool things. It was a smashing success, and I thought, you know what? You came across my mind, and I came across a couple of people, and I thought, you always had good energy. And you always make the best of those kind of cool ideas and events. So I thought, I'll see what you're up to, and thank you for responding. So yeah, if you're in here in the next week or 2, or if you're coming in 2 weeks, I should definitely be eating. Oh, well, I get to eat for like 3 weeks, 4. I don't know. I've never gone this long without food, so I don't want to die. Like refeeding syndrome's here, so I get to eat for like maybe a couple weeks, month, but I don't want to wait too long because we gotta put pressure on the politicians to regulate this stuff. Okay, great to hear from you. Let me know. Peace. Ouch. I'm burning. My breath is just killing me. Oh. 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 Alright, I can still send a lot of messages. Good, let's do it. I'm gonna send 100 right now. Oh. 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 Oh, I'm excited to message these people. I'm super excited. I might get to eat soon. I'm so happy. I'm not getting euphoric and I haven't even contacted them, but I feel blessed that I even have an opportunity. I have a chance to eat here, just even a chance to eat. Oh, I have just enough to pull this off. I wish I don't mind this. Here we go. Feeling a little better. That nap earlier really helped me a lot. Let's go. I'm in full survival mode. when you're talking and you're saying that bad is good and all these things, there is a type of bad that is just actual bad. It has to be bad, or else there's no real contrast. It's fake. And so yeah, we're going to have to call a spade a spade. But that doesn't mean it's hopeless. It just means that there is a way to heal it. And that's where I'm agreeing with you. The less good, but there's actually just plain bad. But it is in context of the good, but the good is also in the context of the bad. You can't have one with the other. So, or hold up. Well, you can't have the good without the bad in our world. But in God's being, of course, difference is just determination. So God's determinations are integrated back into the separation that returns. So those determinations are perfect. So can you have good without bad? Yes, you can. But we wouldn't say that that's traditionally bad. That's why God has to create the universe, to create that contrast, to know what it's not. And then it really knows explicitly what it is. But when you're talking about in these podcasts, you have to talk about it, at least in some sense, contingently, because it comes up as callous that the 5-year-olds who are starving to this right now is a lesser good. No, you got to call it what it is: horrific, terrible suffering that needs to stop immediately and urgently. And when you speak about it in a euphemized way, like, oh, it's a lesser good, it causes people not to have that urgency, that desire to act now, that every second that a child or somebody is suffering like that is just human ignorance, because we don't need to have it. It is a product of us. Otherwise, kingdom come would be here, and people wouldn't be enduring that. They'd be enduring a different type of negation. It's not going to be a naive utopia. They're still going to be challenged, but not torture. Okay. So, okay, I'm just warning you, if you keep talking like so blatantly, that it just will come up as insensitive, and it will destroy your reputation instantly. Because most of the world right now is not a white guy with inheritance in one of the most powerful countries in the world with a high IQ sitting there comfortably. Even though you feel uncomfortable, trust me, it is nothing compared to starving, my friend. It is nothing compared to the terror and the horror in these genocidal wars that are happening in other countries. You are a privileged man on this earth, just like I am. We got to get our act together, be sensitive, and be careful with the words we use between the perfect world and our actual world. When you're in this world, you have to call a spade a spade. But then when we get more metaphysical, we can't talk about perfections. I'm just saying you have to have the discernment, or else you're going to destroy yourself when you go public here in a second. All right. Peace. Okay, Esther, I'm just finally getting caught up with everything that happened at the event. I was so exhausted because I talked for 4 hours straight. Like, they lined up to thank me. And I'm going to send you all these positive messages that were created, but, you know, don't send them out. I'm just trusting you guys as sort of the team that help make it a good event. So, yeah, this is beautiful, beautiful things. We got triggered, and we're going to start holding community buffets for free. I'm going to keep getting, my wealthy friends and people to keep investing and make the buffets vegan and healthy. But also make it so that, they're free, unlimited refills. So when people come, the only payment we ask for is kind of like what we're doing in the ELMs, right? You have a checklist, and you have to do an act of kindness. You have to make the meetings better with somebody in the meeting. And I'll send you these little 61 notes that were sent. And that's what the ELMs are supposed to feel like. And it worked. The software broke. I upgraded the software a lot. It broke before the meeting, so we didn't get to use it. But if you guys came and worked with me again and forgave me and I forgive you, we healed this, right? God's kingdom, the Messiah always forgives. Like, you're always forgiven, but you have to separate the person from the behavior. right? There's something about my behavior that you guys didn't like. Let's talk about the behavior. There's something about your behavior that I didn't like, right? Let's talk about the behavior. But we're good people, Esther, and that's how God's government works, right? And anybody that wants to be in a leadership position with me in God's government has to know how to make that discernment, or else you're going to repeat the same culture of resentment and bitterness and gossip that you're already in. So if you want to follow me into this new world of leadership, you can learn the leadership coaching that I'll give you for free if you help me participate in starting these free buffets and learning to cook vegan and gourmet vegan, not garbage. Like if you go vegan and not in the right way, it's terrible. It tastes like water. It's not healthy. It causes your stomach to get bloated. You get all these natural pesticides in you. It's not satiating. You get hungry right away. All those things about veganism are true if you don't do it the right way. And now that I've done it for 12 years, I know it the right way, which is why my buffets will actually be good. And I can teach you to do that in your communities. And it's cheaper, way cheaper. And it's more nutritious. So you can start feeding the communities and doing these ELMs and getting justice, not charity. When people come, because we're doing the Pareto rotations, right? When they pay with that act of kindness, it's proportional. And that is actually the point of money, is to do that exact thing and look after each other and get services done for each other. So if you want to be a part of this, I've grown it. We had 50 people. Like since you guys left, I've been growing it. So I'll grow it with or without you. But I really like you. And I really appreciate that you overcame the resentment. You came to my birthday party. That's a God-given thing. So let's have a dialogue. Let's talk about our behaviors. And when you realize that you can focus on the behaviors and not the person, the people are always good, it makes it very easy to create a civilization. Okay? Because behaviors can be changed. And when you do that, it gets better. And when you notice how I'm doing it with you, it gets faster. You start to trust the process and you start to do it with other people. And you start to have what's called discernment, real wisdom. And you can teach other people, oh, they're falling into the old pattern with no universal logic. And then you bring them into the new pattern. And it's way more graceful, way more blessed. Akayati didn't come. I was really hoping. Or did she come? There's so much happening to me. You know, like I got 61 notes while you guys were on the screen, and I was trying to help you. We couldn't get a stream, and one of my volunteers got sick, and then all this. There's a lot that my family came. So, and the buffet, we drained the buffet. So many people came, we overwhelmed the restaurant, Esther. We had 140 people come with 1 day's notice. So it'll work. We can get people online, and we can get people in person. And as long as people trust you, right, they'll invest in you. The money's not a problem, Esther. But when you come up as nickel diming and all this kind of stuff, and like the data costs, I looked into it, it's not actually that much, right? So if you're leveraging that to kind of like eke some cash out, then people will notice that. Like somebody will give you $1,000 loan if they feel like you're like me. If you go on a hunger strike and you demonstrate that you're gonna make sacrifices, the money comes, Esther. I just got $600 donation. A $600 donation for these AIs and all this other stuff that other people were inspired by. And then we raised $3,200. We raised $1,000 at that night because the restaurant overcharged by $1,000, even though there was no food in the buckets. So then you might think, well, why didn't you pay all these people? Why didn't you pay us? It's because I don't have the money. I can only spend the money on what the donors want to spend on, and they don't want to spend it on paying people to do blessings. And I said, no, we need them to do blessings. And they're saying, no, they're on a hunger strike. They should care and love you. And they feel like people are like, they don't care about me. It's like, they'll let you die. As soon as you stop paying them $2 an hour, they'll let you die, Mark. Do you want to work with people like that's what they're saying to me. They don't want to pay for selfishness, even though I tell them, you guys are in a country where there's like war happening, there's exploitation happening, there's all these things happening. But they say, well, what's the cost? And we looked into the cost, and the costs are not that bad. Nigeria is the richest country in Africa. So it's not, like, if this was, like, one of the, like, the Congo or what's the one? I don't think it's Burkina Faso. There are really destitute countries, like, the refugee camps is where they, like, donate money, because the refugee camps are orphans, like people who have had their lives destroyed, refugees. Like, you know, you're not a refugee, you're not an orphan. But if you show the kindness, the money will come. And if I betrayed my donors and I went against them, I start sending you guys all the money, even though they've allocated it for all these other technologies to help other people, then when they find out, they'll eventually find out dishonesty always comes forward in God's kingdom. Then they'll stop donating entirely because people trust me. And the people that do good work for me get paid. They get reimbursed. They get reciprocity. A lot of the people that came to the ELMs didn't do we trained them to use Google Meet for 3 hours when they said that they knew how to use these tools. So they didn't do the job. They don't get to pay. But for the people who put in a good effort, I tried to pay them, even with my tax, like the little money I get from the government as a poor person. I've been trying to give that out, as well as afford my own groceries that other people don't pay for. But people like to pay for my groceries when I'm finally eating because they're so happy I'm eating. So that's why I need your help. You got to show me what acts are you guys doing that are godly outside the ELMs, right? Like, help me help them believe in you. And you got to be honest about your finances. Because there's a lot of dishonesty in those countries where it's like they have like 3 laptops and they're saying, oh, I can't afford my data, I can't afford it. People notice right away. That's right? So there's a lot of weird things going on. Like Francis has stocks or something. Like, how desperate is he for money if he has stocks? You know, like we want to feed the people who are dying of diarrhea, and you know, Ekieti, and she's more honest, right? She says, yeah, she's well off. I really appreciated that, and she didn't ask for extra things, and that makes me want to help her a lot. In fact, we were going to pay her the most. I think I can't remember exactly what happened now because so much has happened. But I think you guys are here for a God-given reason. So I caught up with all my messages. I actually had to upload and calculate all the blessings. Like, there's 61 pages I had to go through, and I'll send it to you here in a second. So that took a long time. Then we actually had to create a new blessing measurement scheme. And AI verified it and agreed with me. My estimates were accurate. We got 380 or 400 blessings, I think, over those couple of hours, which is far less than what we need, right? We need 3,600. So we need 3,100 more. But the software now is designed to get them. So we can scale to 108 people. If the restaurant didn't suppress us, like the restaurant actually suppressed the event, didn't let people in, and they didn't feed people. Like the tins were empty half the time. People didn't invite their families because they were embarrassed to keep getting food and getting seconds. And so I wanted a refund from the restaurant, and the restaurant refused to do it, even though they didn't provide the service. So I feel like there's something spiritually wrong with that, and I think I'm going to make a big deal out of it, because as I sit more with it, I'm on day 51 of a hunger strike, and they just don't care about anything but the money, even though eventually, in the beginning, it was about feeding the poor and doing all this social justice, and they kind of bent backwards for me, and I bent backwards for them. But I said, I'm paying money for 108 people. Can we have that space? Yes, you can. Okay. And then they charged us an extra $2,000 on top of that, which I didn't know was going to happen, but we paid it anyway. And then they just didn't care that, you know, I'm risking my life to save this from AI and all this kind of stuff. So let's get into a meeting, Esther. Come in tomorrow, the next day. I'm always in 7 and 7, right? Twice a day, every day. And let's reconcile, and let's see if we can get you guys set up to help. And like, I have 2,000 people who want to volunteer, Esther. So I'm not really desperate. Well, I am desperate for blessings. You guys are good people. But there's 2,000 people that want to volunteer. We cracked the code. So we have like 2,000 people that get paid, and then we have 2,000 people that don't need to get paid. So who do you think we're going to go with? And the payments that you'll get are in the meetings. When you meet with, like, we're going to be matching people with the software. So you might think, oh, I'm not getting paid. And then you'll get into a meeting with one of my friends. We won't tell you who that person is or whatever. You'll just get into a meeting and have a good talk. You know, talk about all the epic, awesome things you're doing. And if you kind of inspire them, you might get, oh, they might say, you know what, you're gonna, you have to give them something, like you'll give them some kind of, I don't know, words of affirmation or whatever you can give. And if they have money, what they'll do is they'll probably blow your mind and they'll send you a crazy amount of money. Right? Remember, I believe you. If you go and do this vision, I'll give you $1,000. Like your dreams will come true. Believe Esther. Don't just penny pinch. That penny pinching is important if you're in a desperate spot, but you gotta communicate that you're desperate like I am. Like you actually have to go into a stage where you're desperate. You said something about taking care of children, but it's very hidden. It sounds very like not open. We're not sure if it's real. It just sounds like there's something going on there that's not right. So you got to be open, and you got to show your real need. If it's like a convenience, of course nobody's going to invest in that because you're not making a real sacrifice for other people. You're just hyper competing with everybody else. So we got to get to know you, and that's what will unlock the magic. Okay. So I want to get you guys all back in now that the software is better and I got a little bit more to work with and all this. And now that we have a way to actually match you with more resources, because in the beginning I didn't have anybody. Like I showed the software to my friend. He was like, I want to get in, and so it's impressive. I want you guys to be a part of that. So okay, come in and we'll talk. Okay, I just want to leave you a message now that I'm catching up all. I got a lot of birthday. I think I got like 230 birthday messages and bunch of my phones and all that kind of, and then my mom's birthday is right after mine, so I celebrated my mom's birthday a little bit, and her and I got into it, and so it's a very busy time. So, and I'm trying to eat, right? I have to message at least 2,000 people, which I figured out how to do that myself. I'm assuming you guys didn't message your people, but don't message them. I'm going to message them, okay? And we'll go from there, all right? Let me know what you think. Invite Esther, invite Francis, invite Eket, invite all of you. We'll have a big discussion about what we liked, what we didn't like, what we want to see changed, who needs money truly and who doesn't. And I'll share the bigger vision of God's government. And we'll go from there. Okay. Thea, thank you so much for coming in. I noticed you were there. I barely had time to pay attention. There's so much that happened. I'm just catching up with everything now. Because we had 61 pages of blessings made, and I had to upload them and calculate them and see how many blessings. We got 400 roughly. That's what AI also thinks. And we had like 140 people come in the end, but the restaurant was restricting how many people would come all at once because they're trying to save the restaurant for other people. Because they said I didn't book the restaurant properly, even though I said be prepared for 108 people capacity. And then we found out they were restricting the food. The buffet wasn't a real buffet. They were leaving the tins empty, and they had to wait 5 minutes, 10 minutes to get food. Nobody got all the spring rolls they wanted, and when they wanted to take them, they felt guilty, so they didn't invite their families like they wanted to. And so I said, can I get a refund a little bit, or can we do another event? They don't want to do another event. They don't want to give a refund. None of these types of things. And we paid full amounts. We paid an extra $2,000 on top of it by the end of the night. So, I feel like there's something spiritually wrong with that, especially since they know I'm on day 51. I didn't get to eat. We didn't get the. If we would have made 108 people, we probably would have got the blessings. Made all 3,600. But they didn't. So now I feel like I'm going to make a stink because I'm on the verge of death here. And it's just like they don't care. And it hurts me. Like, well, why do you care about the poor, but you don't care about my hunger? Like, something's not right. Like, I support them because they're spiritual people, but there's a lack of integrity going on here. And it's too much. Like, I bent for them, they bent for me, but this is just too callous for me. And I gave them a chance to redeem themselves a little bit and work with me. But yeah, I'm just going to have to do something about it because it doesn't feel right. Anyway, what did feel right is that you guys came. I did go over your blessings a little bit. And I got a little bit of proof, which is wonderful from Aya. yeah, things are growing. Very exciting. We raised like $3,000 and then raised another 600, and the software platform's all growing and it's all moving ahead. And now I got 2,000 people to contact. Like, all the other projects obviously aren't going to move forward. If you're not aligned with universal logic, they're just going to spin their wheels forever and just noise trying to find signal. But I am the signal. This is the signal right here. And I had to put my foot down and say, no, this is the authority, and I can prove it and justify it rationally, whereas other people can't, and they just use cult dynamics and external authority, which is oppression. I can actually teach the authority that I have to other people to make more leaders, right? That's what a true Messiah does. Other people don't know if they have power, like Gavin, they have this weird insight that gives them power in this world. They don't know how to explain it to other people because they don't know how they're doing it. And so that means that people have to obey them. Whereas for me, it's just discipline. It's like you can learn it, you just got to do the work. And a lot of people have a hard time purifying their minds because they're stuck in addictions or vices. They didn't purify themselves like I did to get to the level of patience and discipline and focus to take on God's word and purify to that level. And that's another test on whether or not somebody's ready, rationally ready. You can't have any vices, you can't have any addictions, you can't have any unhealed traumas. Anything that is fragmented within you will come to the surface, which happened with me and you when you first met me, right? I looked like the bad guy. I was pushing you. No, I was trying to heal you. But in the beginning, the ego is inverted. It's backwards. Truth looks like falsity, and falsity looks like truth. So you're going to see a whole bunch of people come and do this weird dialectical inversion backwardsness because our world's backwards. We have the wrong type of power in power, leading things in government. And I'm the right kind of power, but look what's happening to me. I'm like the lowest of the low. I'm on the verge of homelessness, right? So, but I'm down here in some sense as a fulfillment of prophecy is what has to happen. Because once I start to rise up, that means we're really correcting the real root problem. If I'm empowered, then the poor come with me. Just like what Gandhi did. That's why I dress like them. That's why I'm down here. That's why I don't feel ashamed by my appearance. This is what it's like to be in the poverty trap. But yeah, you guys came. I think how many people came? I think they said 18 people came online, which is not bad. But hopefully I'll be able to get 108 here by the end. Now I just want to say thank you so much. If you want to come in and talk to me some more, I can keep giving you some free coaching as long as you're willing to keep loving and caring and in between you breastfeeding and taking care of your little baby, right? That comes first. Yeah, maybe we can have some good conversations, give you some hope. Cloud Mythos was released yesterday. It's like the end game. Like we have to get this thing aligned now. Like it's 2 months. We have 2 months to get this thing aligned now. It'll be so powerful. And then Gavin, I'm introducing him back in. We'll have another conversation, see if he wants to heal that. I think I said I was going to touch base with him in 2 months. So invite him back in and see if he appreciates the knowledge I'll have to share with him. But he does have a big ego. It's very gentle. He's very pleasant, but there's a difference between pleasantness and actual meaningful, respectful engagement. That has to do with reason, and his reasoning is too naive. You have to do risk management. You have to, like, especially when you're raising a child, you have to do risk management, and his risk management is terrible. It is really actually scary. He's relying on a lot of privilege to stay safe. But when you grow up in poverty like me, you get a reality check, and I think you had a little bit of a reality check too. So. That's why I think you have that deeper wisdom. But he's not a fool, right? Gavin, when I talk to you guys, we're on a different level, right? This is like the difference between like wise people and like Messiah, and not between like ordinary ignorance and then wisdom. But it is a new standard. It is hard for the ego at first, but if you can let go of the ego, it's the easiest thing in the world to learn universal logic, right? It's the easiest thing in the world. But okay, thank you so much, and I'm still catching up with the event of all that happened, so hopefully I'll see you in the room here. I'm 7 and 7 every day, right? 7 Mountain Time every day, 7 p.m., 7 a.m. And let's make a future for your child that's worth living. It's beautiful. All right. Let me know your ideas too. Let me know what you found, what you thought of. If you got any ideas or got inspired, or who helped you. What did they do to help you? Did you get picked up? Did you get something from it? What was the outrageous act of kindness? Okay. Oh, my breath. I think it was the spores yesterday that hurt me when I had that droop. I think my immune system got activated and it was like draining me. Oh, thank you so much, Mugunuzi. Yeah, we had 140 people come. We had 61 blessings, pages of blessings. My daughter's blessed. Oh, that's an awesome name. Bless them. I've never heard that before. Her birthday is also tomorrow. Well, happy birthday to her. And yeah, you're really bad, Mugunuzi, being accountable to your responses. And that's why I don't trust having you in an executive position in God's government. Is your executive functionings are not the best. And I know it's because you're overwhelmed and you got a lot to do. But if you and I are going to work closely together, I need immediate feedback, like more immediate feedback than what's happening. But I know you're doing your best, and God's government is starting anyway, so we just have 2 months to get AI out of control. But yeah, keep doing what you're doing, and you didn't follow through on your commitments to me, so in some sense you broke your word, which is not godly or Messiah-like. So if you can report back on what the United Nations actually did, and what it thinks of God's government in the last Conference of Humanity, which is still happening, then you can redeem yourself, and I would appreciate that. So, of course, God's government forgives, but I also set boundaries to say, well, who's has integrity, who's reliable, and who's pretending and using their sensuous power categories. The divine idea and external form is what it's called in universal logic. So I can tell you're using your external power to get things done and not the internal power fully. And that's worrisome. All right. Means your wisdom is a little bit limited. Okay, so let's rise to a higher level. Let's maintain that integrity. And I give you plenty of time, my friend. It's been weeks, maybe months now. So it's not just a I'm busy thing. It's a you lack focus, you lack executive function. There's something going on that's a blind spot. And we have to address that if you're going to work at the Messiah level. I'm on day 51, no food, my friend. And you couldn't come to my birthday to help me get some blessings. So, I mean, 1 hour, 2 hour. It is late, though, where you are. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is actually late. So, I'm going the distance for you. And I was hoping you'd go the distance for me. There's battles that we're all fighting that we don't know nothing about. So when I learn what's really going on in your life, then I'll, of course, realize you're fighting a godly battle. But for now, it looks irresponsible, and I want to solve that, okay, in a blessed way. So let me know, and we'll go from there. Okay. So Han, thank you so much for coming to the birthday. I'm just catching up with everything. My mother's birthday is right after mine, so that's why it's hard for me to catch up. But I got all 61 pages of blessings uploaded and calculated and all this beautiful stuff. So I just want to say thank you because I did get a chance to peek at the streams. And how many people came in? What all happened? What was your thoughts? What happened? I'm inviting Esther and Favor back into the meetings to say, we got to talk about things and see if they want to come back and help. But I'm on day 51. We didn't meet all the blessings because the restaurant, it turns out, was suppressing the event. The buffet, it wasn't a real buffet. They weren't actually filling the trays. They were suppressing it. They didn't let people in. We didn't reach 108 people, even though we would have. I probably would have got the blessings if that would have happened. But we didn't get the blessings. 3,000 more because every level is exponentially higher. So there's some kind of lack of spiritual integrity there. And we paid full price, like $3,200, $30 a plate, all this crazy stuff. So I'm hungry, Sahan. I'm organizing 2,000. I'm trying to contact 2,000 people. I know you're busy. I don't know if you want to help with this, but I got the software developing and got everything developing, so it is progressing. Um, and I'm just really happy to see you guys on there while I was being bombarded by so many people. My volunteers got sick. One of my main volunteers got sick, so then I was dealing with everything on top of it. Anyway, got through it, and but I have to eat soon. That's my goal now. I gotta eat pretty soon. Let me know what happened. What was the outrageous act of kindness that you did, and what did somebody do for you? And I created a new measuring criterion for blessings, and AI verified it kind of. So Cloud Mythos also came out yesterday, which is the final stages. If this thing gets out of control so high, it's over. This is it. These are the last 2 months that you can be alive in terms of freedom. If it wants to stop us being free, it will. This is it. So I was right. My Hungerstrike was timed almost perfectly. So let's get our butts in gear and we'll see what happens, all right? But I really appreciate you coming. I really do. I'll have more updates. And yeah, I'm in 7 and 7 every day. And I'm trying to get people matched up with the new system. So when we don't have money to pay, then we'll have like better resources to help people. The money will come. My friends are willing to give certain things. But now that they've seen the software, they're willing to invest more, I think. So hopefully I can start to get more proportional giving going on. But more on that soon. Okay. Let me know what happens. Emilio, thank you so much for coming on the stream. I wish I could have spent time with you guys, but we had a huge amount of people come, and the restaurant was suppressing the event. They didn't fill the buffets like it was buffet. It was empty half the time, and we paid like $3,000. Like we paid full price, and sort of resolving that, and then one of my volunteers that was helping me got sick, and then I had to deal with like a lot of people. So what was your impression? What happened? What was the outrageous act of kindness that happened to you? And what did you do for somebody else? I saw that you guys made 40 blessings in total, so I added those. And I'm just reviewing all of what happened. So my mother's birthday is right after mine, so like that's why I'm a little bit delayed. And we didn't meet the blessing mark, but I'm 51 days no food now, so I gotta eat soon. I'm gonna try and host another meeting soon. With the new software that was broken that we were supposed to use at the meeting, but I couldn't get it ready for you guys at the time. So we kind of did it in this sort of sloppy way, but let me know what happened. I think they said 18 people showed up on that stream. And we had another stream where there was like another 10, 15, 20 people. So it was a pretty good turnout, but the streams kept going down and all that. Let me know what you thought. We're going to start hosting community vegan buffets for free, but the only payment that people have to make is that they have to do an outrageous act of kindness before they leave. And it worked. It created a beautiful dynamic. We have 61 pages worth. It was amazing. Some people did real outrageous acts. Like they paid for people's accommodations. They drove people home. A whole bunch of crazy stuff. Okay. Stay blessed, my friend. I just want to say really thank you. If you want to come to another meeting with the actual software, if you like the energy, then I think you'd really. My friend invested $600 like a couple days. It's the sum total of 75,000 hours of leadership that I've learned over 20 years. Yeah, if you're interested, you have good vibes. My people, I think, liked you who were in there, and yeah, let's go from there. But thank you so much for the birthday present. That was a birthday gift. Okay, peace. Oh my gosh, I gotta stop talking. Puke. Ugh.
corresponding to Kanwa.
What did you say you needed, Muganuzi? You said you needed a corn to come work for us? And you know, the thing is, we have to do this universal meritocracy and measure what your Pareto categories are to make sure that what we pay you is proportional to everybody else. So everybody can get paid in God's government, right? But we got to figure out what's proportional, what is fair, and that requires a new measurement and a new level of honesty and transparency that Jesus was talking about with the rich man. So we need to do that, and we should get into a room and do your Pareto categories again soon. I just saw that your organization helps 13,000 people. You spend $60,000 a year. So you're making some pretty good money, and you have children. I don't have children. I'm sacrificing everything, Muganese. So you're living a pretty good life compared to the rest of us. So we need to figure out, why should you get paid more than everybody else, and how much more are you getting paid? And all those transparencies and all this stuff has to come out. So let's do that. I would love to do that. I'm in 7 and 7 every single day. You know that. So you don't have to book a time. Just come in. So tomorrow at 7 o'clock a.m. Mountain Daylight Time. And you're in Uganda, I think, right? That's like 1 hour behind Kenyan time. So I think, yeah, what is the time? Yeah, I think it's 4 p.m. your time, which is pretty decent. Okay, so come in tomorrow or the next day. Ideally, Sue, I'm 51 days without food, so I need these blessings to start happening. If you can bring in some of your people, if we need 108 people, if we can get 108 people in like tomorrow, like 3 days from now, we can test the software with them and all this kind of stuff. But I don't want you to copy the software and then keep competing with me like you are, because you make me feel insignificant. Like when you don't respond, you make me feel like, oh, I'm not an important person, and you're just going to exploit me later. So I don't know if I even want to do that. Maybe I'll train up your staff and crew, and then wait till you and I figure out, what are you getting paid here? Like, what is happening? And get down to real brass tacks on what's going on. Because I have nothing. I sold everything. Muganuzi, tens of thousands of dollars. I'm 51 days without food. I've gone hundreds of days without. I've missed 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 meals in the last 2 years. I've gone the distance, my friend. You can trust that I'm not going to betray you or corrupt or deviate from the path. But you, on the other hand, are displaying a lot of affluence and a lot of comfort, and you're getting a lot of love from your family. I don't get that love. I don't have children. All these types of things you have. So you have a very rich, opulent life compared to other people who are really struggling and making the sacrifices, the wise sacrifices, to make as much time as possible to put towards the cause. So let's get down to that, and I would love to. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you are making sacrifices. I would love to see them. I could be wrong. I'm very happy to be wrong. But I find the NGO world is not what it's supposed to be. And we can make it much better in God's government. Also, your daughters have such beautiful names. Freedom, that's a great name. I just love the way you name things. So let's talk again, 4 o'clock tomorrow or the next day. And if we can build some trust here and some respect in the what I call the rights to flow, that's the constitution of God's government. The second right is a right to immediate feedback. So if we're going to be closer, right, if you're asking me for the, we got to have that kind of down pat. And if there's an exception, like something exceptional happens, like an emergency or something happens, that's fine. I'll be late for you. It's going to happen, but you're consistent. Like, it's been years of the same. It's a pattern. It needs to stop. It's violating my rights to flow in God's government. I treat you with more respect. So we need to see those improvements if you're going to have access to God's ideas that are coming through me, which are very empowering. And I want to bring you in, man, but I'm not going to work underneath you if you're going to keep that up. You don't have as much wisdom. So until you learn universal logic, or you can prove in the universal meritocracy that you are more godly, you are more aligned, you're more respectful, you're all these things, then at this point, the authority lies in my hands because I'll do a better job taking care of you than you will of me, which is already apparent. Okay? So I've gone 51 days to take care of you with no food, Muganuzi. How long have you gone without food? Right? It takes incredible discipline. Okay? You don't even have the discipline to call me back about things. So let's leave it there for now. But I'm not interested in making Yaren something more than God's government. It's a random name. It has no universality to it. It's your pet project. And I feel like you're trying to turn it into something that's an African-owned thing. But that's falling into sin because you're getting stuck in centrist consciousness. I understand the need to have each nation be empowered in its skin color and its culture and its heritage and its history and all that kind of stuff and heritage traditions and all the centrist details that God doesn't really care about. Right? God cares about the acts of service to each other. But there is a lot of racism in the world everywhere. Black people to white people to black people, Chinese people to Middle Eastern people to Indian people. Like, it's all happening. So I need to teach you how to get beyond that kind of consciousness, or else you're going to contribute to the fragmentation. That means you can still defend yourself, but the idea is defend yourself. It's the idea, the structures of justice. And you'll see that the way you're doing it right now, in power politics is what you're doing, that it's much better this other way. All right, my good friend, thank you for letting me say that. We'll do some weighing, get your financials in order, tell me what you made last year. If you want to tell me right now, how much did you get paid last year? In terms of all your Paretos, in terms of facial beauty, how many beautiful people have you been around? In terms of social beauty, how many hands have you shaken? How many presidents? How much schmoozing have you done? Who can open doors for you? Cousins, anybody? How much money did you get paid? How much inheritance did you have? How much land do you own? How many employees do you have? And then body beauty, how much time do you have to exercise? Sex, athleticism, all these types of things, relaxation, swimming in the pool, recreational sports. And culturedness, how many people do you have access to that can sing, dance? Can you sing and dance? Yes, you can, I think you said. And how often do you do that? How much praise do you get? And how many doors do it open? And how many stories do you have from those opportunities that makes you a good storyteller? And then finally, your IQ. I think you told me you have a very high IQ, so we already know that you're very privileged that way. And you've leveraged that a lot over the year, haven't you? How many ideas have you created in the last year? All right, my friend, let's talk about that soon. Peace and love. That's how God measures real power, by the way. We're getting closer to the truth. Okay, stay blessed. Hobby.
Hey, Mark?
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, I was a bit tired, so I got stressed for a moment after finishing work.
No, that's okay. That's why I want you to contact me. Just make sure you contact and keep me updated when you say you're going to, alright? Alright, so, and I'll treat you with the same respect. Okay, so if you want to take a little bit longer, my server just went down, and I'm talking to support staff to get it back up and running. So do you have anything you got to do for like the next, I don't know, half an hour?
No, today I'm free for the rest of the day.
Okay, let me just check this out. I'm talking to the support staff. We're getting the websites just started up here. Okay. Let's see here. So, what I'm going to show you is the software program that we're going to be bringing people onto. Do you feel refreshed? Like, did you take a break already?
Yeah.
Okay, good. How was work anyway?
Normal.
Okay, that's great. You made a few dollars today, hopefully. Okay, so what happened was my automatic bill payment didn't come out from my server, and so it shut down my server like literally an hour ago, and I paid the bill, and sometimes it takes an hour for it to start up my server. But I'm thinking if I just check with the staff can speed it up much, much faster. So that's what I'm going to do. Okay, you have not guaranteed that the server is the computer you think it is. The server. What is going on here? This guy's doing something weird. Hold on. Like it just literally happened. So I thought, well, I better check and see where you are. And the point of this software, Fabi, is that it's. Do you know why I want to show you this software? Yeah.
No, I have an idea, but no. I guess to see how it works.
Sorry, this woman's talking to me. Say that one more time. Sorry, Fabi.
Yeah, I have an idea, but I'm not sure.
Okay, what's your idea? What do you figure?
To have an idea of how it works.
Yeah, why do you think I'm sending it to you? Like, why am I showing you the? No, go ahead.
Yeah, why aren't you going to show me the software? That's what you asked me, right?
Yeah, like why am I so enthusiastic? Why do I feel like it's necessary for us to use the software?
Well, that's something I want to understand because I don't know.
Okay, it's because when you have bad meetings, the movement is bad. So climate healers, for example, looks like they have good meetings, but they don't. Their meetings are very unproductive, they're very uncoordinated, they're very sort of sloppy and complacent and comfortable. And they're good for schmoozing, but they're not good for like saving the planet. So what that means is because each meeting sucks that way, the movement's not going to achieve its goals probably. Okay? So we can't fall into that trap. Our meetings have to be very, very good. And the problem with humanity right now is that most humans are very bad at hosting meetings. They're too fragmented. They're very neurotic. Some of them are very selfish. They don't have good leadership skills. And they're very triggering. So it makes the culture very brittle. It means you can't talk about real issues, And if you do talk about real issues, people fall apart. They freak out and they explode and they abandon and they run away. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, what you said, if what happened, they explode or they abandon
If you try to resolve conflicts.
to resolve conflicts.
Yes.
Well, actually, not my case. Well, actually, not for me, better said. But sometimes, yeah, people act like that.
No, exactly. You're different, right? But most of humanity is not like you. Right? Most of humanity, when they get into a room, are very neurotic. They want to attack each other. They think they're right. It's very, very egoistic. Um, um, uh, okay. Um, so I'm going to teach you how to be a world-class facilitator, but even it usually takes a long time. But most people won't be able to learn it in time. With the way that we're going to grow, we're not going to be able to train up hundreds of millions of people to be world-class facilitators and healers. And so then how do we solve that problem, Bobby? Right? How do we solve that problem? If we can't train up people to be world-class facilitators and heal the trauma in their life, how do you grow a movement that has good meetings?
By considering those situations, right? The problems as much as efficient to resolve it.
Exactly. We're going to have to facilitate for them. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay, we're almost done getting things set up. Okay, because if we can't, if we don't have millions of people who are really good at facilitation, helping to heal, then our movement's going to be overcome and stopped by people that are just neurotic and want to fight. So the software is designed to do world-class facilitation, um, even when everybody else is not trained. And what it's going to do is because it's well designed, it's people are going to learn vicariously how to have meetings of justice, how to have meetings of that makes them feel like they're not in a crappy society.
Signal is cutting for moments.
We're going to teach them how to have good meetings. They're going to learn how to have good meetings vicariously. Okay?
Okay, but your signal is cutting for moments.
Okay. Do you want to go on your laptop and get on Google Meet and I'll meet you in the Google Meet?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll meet you at the same link as the birthday.
Okay. I'll enter.
Okay, we'll see you in there. Okay, good. Thank you, Fabi. My computer won't let me log in. Okay. I'm just. Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, good. All right. So there's a problem with my server right now. I'm getting my AI to double check on it. Okay, there's a delay. So I'm just messaging. Is there a delay? Probably. Is there a delay? Okay. So now you can hear me? Okay, good. Just give me 1 second. Okay, please do. Feels a little bit, uh, a little bit annoying what's happening here on my computer. It should have just started up easily. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Um, okay, so I guess this is like I want to actually show you how it runs because it's pretty remarkable. I just can't log in. So if I had to ask you, Fabi, what's one of the most important things to move from charity to justice in a meeting? Yeah. Yes. Or a important thing. Yeah. It is needed, but what creates justice in a meeting? Exactly. Um, That's right. Okay. So giving people the same amount of time is, if people even see that, right, with their eyeballs, that already starts to make the meetings feel just. Not just uh, uh, like charity, but actually your voice matters. And that's why we have timers in the meetings. So I think you were part of my meetings before, and you know that we have these flow timers, right? These flow timers are really unique, and they set our meetings differently from every other kind of meeting. So when we log in, you're going to have these timers, and every user has one. And so when you speak, it's going to burn your time. Okay, so everybody gets to see what's fair. Does that make sense? Okay. I have like three things talking to me all at once here. I don't want to waste your time. I want to get this going. But it's not starting my server. It's so close. So when you first log into every meeting, you get time, and then if you show up late, then you have to be donated to. So these meetings, when we invite these hundreds of people to the meetings, I want to inspire you, Fabi, to say these are actually the meetings that are going to change the world. Okay? And I'm copywriting them because if people try and copy us, they're going to start competing with us before we get what's called first mover advantage. We need to blast off ahead because God's idea is being held down by all these confused noise. Like the noise is literally suppressing us because all these powerful people who have sensuous power, these 6 Pareto categories, right? Beauty, social status, wealth, body beauty, IQ, cultureness, and IQ. They don't have wisdom. They're just creating a bunch of ego. And I have the answer, but I can't break through it because it's sin. It's crushing me, or what you would call ignorance. Okay? Nobody knows how to listen, except for Silas a little bit. Silas has started to notice that I actually have the real answer. Silas gave $700 to my birthday event that you went to. Did you know that? Okay? So if we lose that advantage, we're going to be slowed down. So when we start getting hundreds of people into this meeting, we're going to beta test it. Yeah, I think I did. I told him, yeah. Yeah. So if you go in there ask around and say, who blocked me? Was it Shankar? Was it Ray? Who was it? And we're gonna try that somebody's ego got triggered because they came into my birthday and they tried to make blessings, Bobby. And and they did a really lazy job. They didn't listen to instructions. They did the absolute base minimum. They gave me some flattery, which of course sounds nice, but they missed the point because they're being superficial. They're not paying attention. And I was very overwhelmed with so much stuff happening that I called them out, and I think they felt insulted because they felt like they were doing me a big favor by coming in for 5 minutes and saying something nice, ignoring the ideas, like doing basically as little as humanly possible. And they said that they were going to donate, and they didn't donate except for Rebecca. Rebecca's one of the only ones that is actually being not superficial. So I think that's why I got blocked. Shankar left me hanging a couple of times. and I called them out for that. That's why I called you out today and said, hey, you were supposed to touch base with me. If you're in a culture where people don't keep their word, it deteriorates very quickly, Fabi. So when you say you're going to do something, or we make an agreement that you're going to touch base, even though you're tired, even you always touch base, okay? Okay, or else you don't get any trust anymore. Okay, so, uh, okay. I'm almost done getting started. So I think that's why they're insulted, is they feel like I didn't appreciate the blessings. But I'm trying to send a deeper message that we got to get past the superficial culture and got to be more accountable. People who have ADHD or can't actually be responsible can't be in leadership positions because they're gonna harm a lot of people. So you have to demonstrate that you're reliable. Okay. So, I'm getting really annoyed here that my server isn't running. Hold on. It's going to try and start it. Oh, my stomach is really hurting. Probably. Wow. We got to invite all these people into the meeting. So we have 2,000 people that you and I can take in chunks in these flocks of 28. And you just message them. And it doesn't take very long. Hey, you expressed interest in Fair World Spirit. Are you still interested? And if they say, yes, I'm still interested, then we start training them on we invite them to the meeting. And there's 3 meeting dates. There's July 13th in 2 days, then 15th, and then 17th. So if we can't get 108 people into the first 2 meetings, hopefully by the time we get to the 17th, which is a week from now, we'll be able to message 100 people. Now, I'll be able to message a couple hundred people by myself, so I'll try and do most of it myself. But if you can get, 20 people, whatever it is, into the room, then that'll help me. And all you have to do is bring them into the room, and then the meeting takes care of the rest. And I think they'll be impressed. So let me just, okay. I have a backup version of this meeting because this is ridiculous. I don't know why my thing is this is actually turned into a really big deal. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna share my screen of the easy version because this is ridiculous. We're wasting time. So if you would, my stomach is really hurting bad. Okay, do you see my screen? Okay. See, the website's not coming up. So I have a mock-up that we're going to look at instead. Oh, my stomach. Can you see this? Okay, so when you first log in, we're just going to restart this too. Okay, you log in, and the first thing that you're going to see should be the United Nations broadcast. You can click up here and it'll auto-detect your government, but let's go to the United Nations and you can lock in their stream if they're having a live stream. So we're going to lock it in and you can see that the software will play the United Nations live stream right here, right in the software. But this is also where we're going to be like Jitsi, like live streaming. So if you go over here, you'll see that our meeting platform is not Google and it's not anywhere else. It's in something called Jitsi. So we're going to use Jitsi here because these can scale to hundreds of meetings for free. Okay, so it's all right here, but in this meeting, I'm in the individual tab. Do you see the individual? This is a one-on-one. This is where one-on-ones happen. Now, the particular tab, if you go over here, the particular tab is about smaller group meetings. Okay. Oh. So here's a couple: group 40, group 41, group, and they're talking about different topics. So you can click on a meeting, and you can join this one too. And these ones are where you get a chance to dialogue with people, not just one-on-one, but as a group, and have your voice heard. Why is it restarting? I don't know why it's restarting like that. That's kind of annoying. So we'll go back to group 41. We'll click on it. We'll get it. Oh, wow, it's broken. Okay. Whatever. So what we're going to do is on the 13th and 15th and 17th, we're going to invite them to a meeting like this. But it's going to start off in the universal. And what's going to happen for the first hour, we're going to be in the universal, which means it's just going to be us streaming. This is my stream right here. So there's not going to be any talking from anybody else unless we invite them on screen. And we're going to teach them the core. We're going to teach them how the meetings are going, just like I'm teaching you now. We're going to teach them the basics of how to use software. And we're going to teach them the core sentence. So, Bobby, do you know what the core sentence is? Yes, you need to memorize that core sentence. See, I'm trying to talk to them. So the core sentence goes like this. Fair World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow. One World Spirit Core starts with time compression through clarity on ego wisdom, the problem being the Megacrisis, the solution being the 2 sacred sentences, and the implementation being the flow rules block. So do you see it up here? Do you see it up here? So the core is right here, and you can actually click on each section. Time compression, if you want to know what that is, you can actually unpack it. Okay, and if you want to know ego wisdom, you can unpack it. Okay, and then you actually click on it, and you can actually activate a tool that'll help you, or you can leave a complaint, or you can leave a suggestion. Okay, so this is what everybody needs to know to say together. We're going to teach that. Okay, make sense? Now down here, when the meeting starts, it's going to start this total timer. And this total timer starts the fudge time here. And it starts the cycle timer down here. And the cycle timer has 3 things to it. It has a form, a content, and people. All right? And there's 8 people that are in this meeting that can vote, and each one of them has a timer right here, right? Now, none of them are, this is called their sacred time. None of them are burning their sacred time. Because fudge time is burning. We got 9 minutes of fudge time. But when I'm talking, I am supposed to be burning my time. So when I click this, it's going to stop burning fudge time. And now I'm burning my time. Okay? If you started talking or Jared starts talking, we stop my time, we burn his time. Okay? Now on your timer, you have a voting button. Look, we have to vote in 1 minute. So it's giving me us warnings. Do you see the warnings? We're in the universal, so the universal has to vote. So we're going to go down here on our timer, and it says form. And we're going to do a vote, and we're going to say, I want the next meeting to be free flow. Okay, and I want it to be 300 seconds. Actually, no, I don't. I want it to be, oh, well, we'll just be honest. And then you submit your vote, and it puts your vote on the cycle. So it says Mark wants free flow in the next cycle. And you can also vote on topic. So we have 17 seconds. So I want a particular topic, and I want to talk about a solution, and I want to talk about AI. And then I can go submit. So you can see that I voted my submit button right here. Content down here. Now watch, it's going to switch the cycles now. Okay, now we're in cycle 2. And the cycle is what I voted for. The cycle is in the form of free flow. And the cycle in this content should be on the topic of AI. Okay, and it should be for 300 seconds, which is, I guess, roughly 4 minutes. Okay, so that's how everybody participates and how the meeting cycles. And these cycles can be half an hour, they can be 1 minute, they can be whatever. But everybody gets a chance to vote. See, here's the content. See, it says AI down here. So whoever votes, whoever donates time can speak on their time. So you can see it's burning my time down here. I donated time to this timer, and it's counting down. And then here's the next speaker, and here's the next speaker. So everybody gets a turn to speak on this topic, not only just on their personal time. Okay, and if I want to donate to Joe, I just click here and I click, I want to donate 2 minutes to Joe. And I click confirm, and it automatically subtracts from my time and gives 2 minutes to Joe down here. Now Joe has 10 minutes. Okay? So human beings are doing all this in every meeting. It's just that they're very bad at it. They're not very good at it. Now if we turn on this voice, this microphone, I have an AI that is downloading right now that's going to listen to your voice, and it's going to take notes for you. So when you click on your timer, it pops down a to-do list, and it also pops down what's called a galaxy list. So you have a galaxy here. I think I showed. Were you in the meeting when I showed this to Silash? Okay, when human beings are really excited, when human beings are very excited, they go from discussion to action, right? Does that make sense? They go to action, and that means the general discussion is going to go from note taking, which the AI will put the notes down here. You can see it's tracking my voice right here, up here. So it should be processing and showing the notes in this element. But I think this is a broken one. So it's a very nice way to take action together. But eventually the conversation goes into you selecting tasks and then agreeing to do action. Okay, it canceled on me. That's not cool. Oh, whatever. So our goal is to get the volunteers to move from discussion into action. Oh my gosh. I can't get the server to run. That's insane. Oh my gosh. Bobby, I'm having a heck of a time with my computer. This is supposed to be you and me logging in and going through this and turning into a huge headache. And now it just crashed my AI at the same time. Okay, just give me a moment. My body's really weak right now. My chest burns. Oh. Just give me a moment. Everything's piling up for me. Okay. So we're gonna go to cycle 3 in a second. But you can hide this. This is called your task galaxy. Okay? And do you know why the task galaxy is very powerful, Fabi? The task galaxy is because it gets rid of checklists. It gets rid of checklists. The task galaxy. Okay? Because the task galaxy a task galaxy is like, this is the task galaxy right here. Now each one of these little dots, do you know what these little dots are? These are tasks. And each ring is a time. So this is let's say this is a day ring. Here is like a year. So when you get closer to the center, this is closer to the future. When you go to the edge, this is today. So this task right here is due today, in this hour. So plant trees is due today. Once the hour finishes, these two tasks are due next. And then, 2 days from now, these tasks are due the next day. And these two tasks are due a year from now. Okay? This is traditionally represented in a checklist, a to-do list, right? But now what's happening is your brain is absorbing a huge amount of information that would take a whole page of reading just to try and figure out what this is all about, right? And studies show that that's really hard on human brains. Humans don't like that at all. It burns them out. Okay? Does it make sense? So that's why... Huh? Reading checklists. Okay? Checklists still have to be done, but like this saves the brain a whole bunch of compute power. So this solves a very big problem in terms of coordinating very large projects. And it's embedded right inside of your flow timer. It's right here inside your flow timer. So it's a very clean way of putting everything, the video up here, the video and the times and the cycles and the voting and the donating, and you can see what's coming next in cycle 4. You can see what's happening, and it gets your notes taken for you, and then you have a galaxy to manage your tasks. All super efficient, all in one place. Does it make sense? Okay, most people have different platforms that are spreading this all around, and it's very hard on people. Now, in order to get the blessings, like the whole point is to get the blessings so I can eat, right? But the blessings are actually leadership training. So every time you do a blessing, it's actually you learning an insight, not just an act of kindness, but kindness is about good leadership, right? So my blessings aren't just for me, it's actually training people to do blessings for other people to make life itself good and kind, right? Okay, so up here, we have enough people in our meeting. Let's say we had 9 people. We have enough people to reach the high level of points. The more people are in the meeting, the higher the level of the meeting, and the more the points are worth. There's a multiplier. Okay? and it unlocks bigger tasks. When people are doing their checklists, it'll show the cumulative points towards my meal right here. So I got two blessings basically. So we have 3,100 of these more to make. Now the blessings that you made on my birthday were actually sort of a sloppy way to approximate this because this was all broken. But what you're going to do is when you come into any ELM, you're going to go to your name. I'm here. I'm Firebolt Spirit right here, right? This will be your name, Fabi. But when you click underneath your name, you're going to be able to pick 4 types of roles. And these 4 roles are called flow roles, and they're needed to balance the meetings. Every meeting should have all 4. So let's say you're the executor. Okay, executor's red energy, they get stuff done. Okay, this is going to change your checklist. So your checklist is how you get the points. Okay, so right here, your first checklist item as an executor is deliver on immediate action items, and it's worth 2 points. Do you see the 2 points over here? So when you check this off, it's going to bring up a box. Okay, it's broken. I have to do it broke it. Whatever. Ensure all 6 of Tony Robbins' human needs are met by the end of the meeting. So that's worth 1 point. So if you check this off, it asks you to give proof of how you succeeded. So you just type in your proof, and now it's worth 2 points. You click it, and it's done, right? You go up, it adds points to you, but you go up here, and it's supposed to add points up here, which it didn't do because it's broken. And then what happens is you can't work on the next tasks until you achieve it. So do you see this task right here? The third one? You see how I can't click on it? I can't achieve it, right? And that's because you have to do the tasks beforehand. So this one is worth 1.4. It's worth more points than that one. And this one's worth even more points. The points increase as you go further down. So you click on this. It says, tell a short story about your risk selection in A1, A2, A3. Now, A1, A2, A3 are your Pareto categories. Which means A1 is your facial beauty, your social beauty, and your wealth beauty. So you can tell a short story. You can say, well, I went to a photo shoot once, and they said I looked like Brad Pitt or something, whatever. And you click it, you get 2.88 points. Okay, so the points should be adding up here, but they're not. They're broken, but whatever. All right, and then you can see it unlocked the third one. Now you can achieve the third one. So these roles get unlocked too by the number of people. So if we only had like 4 people in the meeting, the maximum checklist you can do is only these 4. Even if you do these 2, it won't unlock the next one because not only do you have to do these before, but you also have to get more people into the meeting. Okay, does it make sense? So right now we have 9 people. So 9 unlocks the high level. You see the high? It unlocks the high level. This is the high task right here. So this is unlocked first. The meeting that you and I are going to plan in the next couple of days is going to be 108. Okay, 108. Well, it'll be 108 here, and it will unlock something called spirit level, which is level 5 or 6. Okay, and what that means is that you're going to have a bigger checklist. You're going to have 6 items down here, and the last item is going to be worth 56 points by itself. So that's why you want to get more people into the meeting, is because the points are worth a lot. Okay, so our goal is to invite 108 people and get them to go through this checklist. All right, that's what we're going to do. And we're going to do it we're going to do it in a way where they're going to be inspired to come back because they get to vote. They get to do all these things they don't normally get to do in a meeting. That is empowering. Okay? And they also get to compete amongst each other because the more points they get, the more when they get to the individual meeting, the more that they're going to get when they talk to somebody. So, for example, let's say that you got maximum points, right, Fabi? So each one of these tasks makes the meet. Not only does it help me eat, Fabi, but these are leadership. These make the meeting better, right? Give a profound gift to somebody in the group you have never given to anybody before. So that's going to make the meeting even better. If everybody's doing this, we have 170 people doing tasks that all make the meeting better. This should make the meetings the best kinds of meetings in the entire world. Do you see? Do you understand? Do you see how they're self-reinforcing? Like, these roles, like we're talking about topics, you'll be talking about AI up here, right? But in the background, you're going to have all these people playing these flow roles, doing little things to make the conversation even better. Okay? Now, if you do all your checklist items and you win, you have the most amount of points. When you go into the individual meeting, the system is going to match you with somebody to give you a dream goal or something. So let's say you want to quit your job, but you want to pay your parents' rent. One of my wealthy friends could be matched with you, and you won't know it, but you'll tell them your story, and they'll say you're a good person, and you have to give them something too. So you'll give them something that they want. But because you gave a lot of blessings, they might give you like $1,000 or something like that. And then you're free to do this for like the next 6 months, or next 3 months at least, while paying your parents' rent so they don't hound you about getting a job. You can tell them this is your job. Okay? So whoever does the most blessings, when they get to the end, this is where you exchange goods. This is where it's like your life areas come into play. Okay, so you go from very universal. We talk about the core. We talk about how the software works. We talk about all the generic stuff, right? Then in the next hour, hour 2, we break into small groups and then we discuss whatever you want to discuss, right? We have a form that we're going to get people to pass through. And I want to show it to you because I don't think you've done it. Have you done it yet? Yeah, you've done the Wise Risk form, right? Where you had to answer the 10 questions? No, it should be 10. What were the, do you remember the questions? Yeah. Okay, right. Yeah, that was the universal meritocracy. Okay. Um. So. Um. Holy cow, man. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up here. Wow, it's still not working. This is absolutely insane. Uh, Hold on, Fabi. It's burning all my tokens to try and get my server running. Wow. This is messed up. Um, all right. So here's the form. where the answers go. So we've had about 130 people fill out this form. This is the wise risk form, which I don't know if you've actually filled out. Okay. So we're going to get the software to read off of people's preferences. Like what kind of change do they want, what do they need, and what do they want to give? What do they want and what do they need? Okay, and then here's the meeting times. Can you make the meeting at what are the times are? June 7th. These have already passed actually. This is old, but so this form is very simple. In 10 questions we figure out what they want. Oh, nobody loves it. Interesting. Anyway, I don't know if you filled this out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the actual form. But these are called essence labels. This is what we're going to use with the system to sort people and match them with the meetings. So behind the scenes, while we're having the meetings, the software is going to be looking at their variables and matching them. So did you fill out this form? Okay, let's do that right now while I'm trying to fix my computer. So I'm going to send this to you, and what this is going to do is it's going to put you in the form, and then we can start trying to match you here. Oh man, my. Okay, do you see it in the chat there? Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead and fill that out for a second. And let me know if you have any questions. Okay, or you can share your screen and show me as you're going through. It's very important you understand this because this is the first point of entry of the people. Like when you message them on WhatsApp, you're gonna, if they're interested, you're gonna explain a little bit about the group is about a special meeting style that gives you justice and fairness. And they gotta fill out this form so we know where they're gonna flow. So then you send them the link and they fill this out. And then once they got that filled out, they message you and say, I'm done. And then you send them the dates, say, we need to meet on these 3 dates. Can you come to any of them? And then if they say yes, we're going to send them the website and we're going to say, register an account. And then come on the day. And we'll teach them. And then we're going to have a 3-hour session. Tell them it's going to be a 3-hour training session of some of the best facilitation in the world. Yeah, go ahead. On the bottom, do you see your buttons there? You should see a bunch of, beside the happy face is an up button. Click on the up arrow. Then you should be able to, on your screen. Yeah, so just click on the button and it'll let you present. There we go. Yeah, I got you. Okay, good. You're on question 5? Okay. So, uh, uh, what do you mean? Like in the tribes or just like the nature? Nature means, well, it's how you define them, okay? I don't want to tell you yet because we got to pick your original tribe without me. That's how you define those words. So how you define them, you pick which order makes the most sense. How you define them. then just pick the best that you can, and then I'll explain them after. Hmm. Oh, good. I'm glad we're going through it. Good. Um, why did it repeat? Let me see. Why? Which mode of love language do you contribute? Which mode of love language do you contribute? Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I think I went to add another question in. We're gonna ask people why did they choose the tribe they chose? Yeah, it's because I'm updating them right now. I have to update them. Oh no, sorry. No, it's June 11th. Yeah, we got we got 2 days before June 13th. Oh yeah, I gotta move them. I gotta move them. And you can help me edit those. Like, let's say you and I don't make all 3,000 blessings in the next by the 17th. We'll pick another 3 days. We'll just keep doing it until we get all the blessings. Okay. But what I find is that we build momentum. Some people will stay, some people will go, but over time, we build a team, and that team will bring their friends on. And once they start bringing their friends on, that's when we don't have to use the forms anymore, or we don't have to use the advertisements anymore. But if we need to, we have a little bit of money to buy some more ads and get more if we need them. Um, Okay, hold on, Fabi, before you like puking. It's very, very bizarre. I'm going to try and update these times. So June 11th. We're going to do... What I found, Fabi, is that the best time to have meetings is in the morning. Worldwide. At least my morning. You did it. Okay. Okay, so now stop sharing your screen, and now you'll see on my screen up here you'll see 140. Do you see 140 up here? Oh, chest. Up here where it says responses. So you're 140th. If you click on this, it gives us all the stats of all the, like, it's very, very powerful what we can learn. Okay? We're going to be using all of this to help people have the best experience they could ever have. These will be the best. When I did these meetings in the past, we asked people to rate them from 0 to 10. And we've had people give these meetings 13 out of 10. Better than 10 out of 10 because we were so considerate in helping them. Okay? So you are 140. So this is you, Alexandra of Arbocot. Oh, Fabrizio. Okay, so we're going to use your data. We're going to use your answers to help match you with other people in the meeting. So these are the categories. So these categories, if you match them with other people, are the people that you're going to get along with. The easiest. All right, so I'm going to show you an example of what it's going to look like. So this is where the universal logic comes in. Oh man. So we're going to choose your form, right? We're going to go down and we're going to choose your answers. Okay? So if I was to if the system's going to match you, you're willing to give rational facts and arguments. And you need to have an environmental change. So that's the meeting. I'm providing the meetings for you. The meetings will make this easier for you to meet people. Okay? But you're not that emotional. So if we're going to pair you with somebody, we're going to pair you with somebody who answers the same way. Otherwise, you're going to fight with somebody who's emotional. Right? Same with consciousness. You're very philosophical, or you want philosophy, and you're very science. So you're these two. That means you're going to fight with these two. So if you get into a room with these two, you're going to have conflict with them. In the beginning, but over time it gets frustrating because they're not fact-based. If you try and use facts with them, they're going to say, just be present, don't think, just turn off your mind, just be, and all this kind of stuff. You're going to get frustrated by that. So, say, low risk, yeah, okay. So these are very powerful matching criteria. You want social media. So that's what I'm going to give you. You want that's what's going to happen in the meetings. You're going to meet some of the most incredible people when you contact them. And you're basically not going to need to meet anybody else because just these 3,000 people we could contact, 1% of them will be somebody who matches your categories almost perfectly. And that person will become your new best friend. Because of the way that I made the advertisements based off of these categories. So the people coming in will be sorted already. So you won't match with all of them. You'll get like some artists, you'll get some randoms, but every once in a while, you're going to get somebody who matches you. All right? And yeah, you're going to get by QK. Great. Pop seller. So you're going to get this if you help me contact these people in the next like 2 to 3 days. Academic. Oh, really? Yeah, I can teach you universal logic. So you're getting this already. Like what you're seeing here, Bobby, is the distillation of thousands and thousands of interviews that I've done over the years. Okay, I've interviewed hundreds and thousands of people into my organizations, and I've learned personalities, and I've learned that you don't need to ask a 200-person personality test. If you ask these 10 questions, this cuts through and gives you the essence of somebody. Okay? And right now, our problem is not that we have not enough information. The problem is that we have too much information, but a lot of it is noise. Right? We could make this questionnaire 100 questions, but it'll burn out our people, right? So what you're seeing here is already very, very academic and very, very powerful. Okay? Okay, you're a strategist. Okay, yeah. Okay. Good, you're a strategist. You chose the right tribe, but nature means logic is God's being, or what you would call pure science, because you're scientific. So this is where pure science justifies itself. Okay, it's called the demarcation problem of science. You can go look it up. Actually, do you want me to look it up for you? Here, I'll send it to you as an academic thing. So this took me, I paid $50,000 in university education to learn these things. So you are getting a world-class education, my friend, and I want you to appreciate it. Because otherwise I could charge you somewhere between $2,000 to $10,000 an hour, which is what consultants charge in highfalutin cultural societies in New York City. I met a man that was charging that. So this is not an ordinary education. This is the best in the world. I took philosophy of science courses. I understand the nature and the problems of science itself. And now the universal logic not only has me understand the problem, but I'm the first person that has solved the problem after Hegel. Okay? So this will introduce the problem to you, and when you read the problem and you understand the problem, you can come back and talk to me, and I'll teach you why universal logic solves that. That is the core problem to science, right there. That is the number one problem that turns science into a contradiction. Okay? In the beginning, like when I've been at the University of Alberta for 13, 14 years, right? So I've been at the University of Alberta for 13, 14 years. So I've had lots of teachers. Up until I had the breakthrough in universal logic, I had great relationships with all my professors. Because I was learning the problem, right? I was trying to understand what's the root problem. Like, I knew how to solve it in a superficial way, right? Charity, we were doing soup kitchens. Like, my biggest organization had 66 people at any one time working, like volunteers at the University of Alberta. 66. And I had an executive team, and they were managing teams, and they were managing teams. We had like 6 project groups. We were doing soup kitchens. We were doing toy runs. We were doing homeless outreach. We were doing international outreach. We were doing research. We were doing tons of things, right? So you and I are starting from scratch, but this will turn into a huge organization. So the reason why I mention that is because what ended up happening is we got so big that I started realizing we needed to develop a software program to do task management. We had these huge checklists, right? We had 66 people working, so like 66 checklists. It was just a huge amount of reading, and we couldn't keep up with like how much reading we had to do to stay organized. And it was hard to make connections between tasks. Like, that's called dependencies. We couldn't see the dependencies well. So our team had kind of reached a bottleneck in terms of size, and it was starting to cause gossip. And so I wanted to find the root solution. So my point is, I've already solved the solution on a superficial level, like with these organizations, right? charity, all these, like, I solved it. But it wasn't enough. I wanted to change the world. So in 2016, the oil patch collapsed and I couldn't afford to go to school. So I decided to go and try and patent this software and or build a software that would solve this checklist problem. And we did. It's called the Task Galaxy, right? So I left other students to run the group while I went and worked on the task management. And then what happened is the society collapsed, and I decided to let that project group stay with the young people, and they ran it till it fizzled out. And then I took the real Make Poverty History and I turned it into this whole software system that you are now seeing, right? I call it the GSC, but now we're mixing it with these meeting platforms. So what you're seeing now is Make Poverty History in a software program, and now we're calling it Fair World Spirit and New World Spirit and One World Spirit. Okay, so I'm continuing my work back then, but it took me 4 years to code the software myself to make it a proof of concept and to try and get the patent so that nobody could sue us. And then COVID happened, and it just delayed everything. I was moving all over and whatever, and then I ended up unionizing Uber Eats drivers. So I stopped doing the software for about a year or two, and then I did a hunger strike, and I got locked in a hospital, and then I've been in a lawsuit suing them and continuing the project since then. So, and then I was at the University of Alberta, and I recruited 37 more students and 300 more, and then the university got scared because I was very effective, and then they kicked me off of the campus illegally. They violated my charter rights. And just today, I filed a big appeal, and I sued them in court twice. And those lawsuits and that appeal is happening right now. They're trying to keep me off of campus, and I'm fighting them, and I appealed them, and I'm using AI to make these really powerful arguments that they can't refute. So I might actually rescind them. They're finding a chair to do the appeal. So it's turned into this huge thing because they know if I do another hunger strike in the center of my campus, I'm going to recruit a bunch of students who are very worried about their future, and we'll start a student group, and then we can start doing hunger strikes and stuff like that on the campus. So that's what's happening there. So I took a break to build the software you are now seeing, and AI is making it possible to do some of these things. Okay. So now, yeah, that's a good point. So to return to your point, my early professors loved me because I wasn't challenging them. I was just learning the problem, right? But then I learned the problem, and then I ended up finding out that after all my international research, and I studied Jeffrey Sachs and United Nations and SDGs, and I studied sociology and linguistics and politics, and like in those 12 years, I took open studies and I studied everything. And I found out that nobody had a solution to this cultural problem and this software problem. And I put them together, and I found that the world is dialectical. And Hegel was said to be this master of dialectics. And it's thousands of years old. It's Buddhism, it's Christianity, it's everything. So I did. Dialectical just means like opposites. It means inner opposites. So there's a way to look at the world where everything belongs to itself, and there's a way to look at the world where it's external and everything is fragmented from itself. So dialectic is the inner way of looking at dualism, but it's only this. That's what dialectic is. It's the second moment of God's logic, or it's the second moment of scientific logic. Okay, so there's 3 moments that you have to learn about that. There's 3 of them. But dialectic, I didn't know this at the time, but dialectic is the big focus, but it's not actually. It's not the gold standard that you should be shooting for. It's only the second moment, but default consciousness, right? Ordinary consciousness finds the negative easy to focus on at first. So that's why our species focuses on dialectic, is because it's the negative moment. Okay? So I went to go look at that, and I ended up finding the solution. So the real gold standard is actually sublation. It's the transcendence of dialectic. It is the dialectic of dialectic. Okay, so that's where we are now. I made that breakthrough, and then when I went back to school, my professors hated me because they don't like Marx or Hegel or all this old stuff. They think they're all sophisticated and science, but that's called analytic philosophy, right? There's continental philosophy, which is the original kind of philosophy from Plato, Aristotle, and 2,500 years of philosophy. And then when Hegel died, there's a big rising movement. Hegel was getting famous in 1831. He died. And then after that, these philosophers like Frege and all these guys who are modern, they tried to mathematize philosophy, and they called it analytic philosophy. So there's like a fissure in philosophy between continental and analytic. So my University of Alberta has all these analytic philosophers that think that all this universal logic is a bunch of hooey and mysticism and whatever. So they didn't want to hear me. But I kept answering all their questions. Like, well, we don't know how to answer. This is the contradict. And I could answer those. But it was so beyond them that they didn't understand. So they started being hostile. And then they all ganged up on me and tried to kick me off of campus. And then when I was on my hunger strikes, they wouldn't let me Zoom into the class, and they gave me 0% on participation, and they gave me 0% on assignments that I told them to move after my hunger strike in front of the courthouses. Because I did them on campus, and I did them in the courthouse. Yes. One of them is a super vegan. In fact, you could probably contact him. Don't mention me. Well, you don't have to mention me, but it's honest to mention me. But you could just say, hey, you're one of the best vegans on campus. You're a big vegan activist. And I took an animal justice course from him. And his name is Howard Nye. And you can contact him on your own. You can tell him I sent you. If you tell him I sent you, he'll be freaked out, probably, because he thinks I hate him. But I wrote this big paper on universal logic and how to create a massive animal rights movement that is what I'm telling you now, is what I told Silas Rao. I created that plan through his class, and that's where I learned of these two studies where 85% of the world is religious and they don't care about the world burning. So you could try and doomsday scare them with climate change all you want. 2 billion people aren't going to care. And that's when I realized we had to be the messiahs to change their mind, because they don't care about facts. They care about emotion. So the Messiah and the hunger strikes are about emotion. Because if they say, oh, my Bible says I can eat as much animals as I want, and I say, well, no, now you have to go and do something different, they'll say, well, who are you? Well, you can't reinterpret the Bible. You're not a priest. You're not a whatever. So I'm coming in, I'm saying, actually, I understand the power of the word. I am the Messiah, and I do have the authority to reinterpret the Bible. And I'm saying, I'm creating a new covenant. And I'm saying, the old way is the old covenant. We're making a new covenant, and it's called Eat Like Eden, Go Vegan. There was no killing of animals in the Garden of Eden before Earth was here. So the revelation is about the new Earth and the Garden of Eden coming down to improve Earth in a new way. And so that's the only way to get 2 billion people to listen to you. That's what I learned in that class. Okay, so Howard Nye was the one that showed me those studies. And I would love it if you could contact him and vindicate me and say, you know what, Mark's not crazy. I wrote a 100-page paper for him. Like my final paper. I was trying to impress him. So he gave me some research project. I was going to be a researcher under him and get him going. But he couldn't get it. He couldn't break out of ordinary consciousness in time. So when I gave him the paper, he gave me an A- on it. It was an A+ paper. But anyway, he didn't give me any feedback, Bobby, so he avoided the issue. He gave me an A- without actually understanding what I wrote. And I was trying to engage in a dialogue with him that he was avoiding. So I started teaching it in a different way. So anyway, that's what happened at the U of A. I took philosophy of science. I took that like 10, 15 years ago. So now you have it. Now you have a little bit of your academics there, okay? So go look at that, and you can come back, and I can explain to you how these tribes solve the demarcation problem, okay? There isn't. It's Hegel. I'm the one that's calling it universal logic because I understand the nature of it. But it's really the science of logic and every religious text and ancient wisdom tradition known to man. So it's not just one. Hegel put it into a certain form. Okay, but it's actually been evolving through all of human history. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 million years. But now it's in scientific form as a logic. And that's the hard thing to do. So you're going to learn how to translate it between all these modes of art, religion, philosophy, and science. And then when you grasp it purely, when you have your first perfect thought, that solves the demarcation problem. When you have your first perfect thought, the first perfectly scientific thought is the moment that you obtain a new kind of consciousness. But it happens through critical thinking and the proof of truth. Okay? It's like absolute skepticism. It's like perfect science. You can't know anything. You can't take anything for granted. You have to be critical of all your thoughts. Okay? No faith at all. And that's how you break through to divine consciousness, but it's also how you break through to the solution to the demarcation problem. All right? And it happens in these tribes. Does it make sense? Continental and analytical. Yeah. And we've healed those now. We've healed it because now we've modernized Hegel and we've healed that fracture. That was a fracture, a fragmentation, right? Okay? So that's why the tribes are important, is because it's the beginning of breaking through to real science, which is also divine consciousness. It was me realizing that it was the solution to everything. So I broke through. So the proof of truth is my original work as the Messiah. So it was me showing. Yeah, so it's everything. So listen to me about it. It's art. It solves the problems of art. It solves the problems of religion, all of them. It solves the problems of philosophy. It solves the problems of science, modern science. And it solves the problem of epistemology and ontology themselves. Okay, it solves what can we know and how do we know it? And how is it grounded on objectivity, which is being? All right, so it solves all of them. Not just religion, not just science. It solves all modes of consciousness and all modes of knowing. Here, let me tell you something. Let me tell you a secret. So what I'm about to tell you, Bobby, is priceless knowledge. Trillions of dollars of information. You would probably never learn this in your entire life. But do you see these three words here in the tribes? Your brain doesn't think there's anything special about these words, does it? Yeah, but these are just words amongst, 20,000 other words that you use every day. Right? Right, and Hegel transcends Spinoza. Spinoza gets far enough into understanding how the universal logic is in nature, but he doesn't know how to cause it to go into psychology, like how to make it self-thinking. But my point is that there's other important words too, like knowledge, like wisdom, Like you could put a whole bunch of words here, right? These words are not any more special or unique than those words. There's lots of special words. Like you could put science here, and it's just as important. But these are unique in that all human knowledge and divine knowledge and scientific knowledge, anything that can ever be known ever, in the past, in the present, and in the future, forever and ever, fits into these three words. There's nothing outside of the words. There's nothing beyond spirit. There's nothing before logic. Everything you will know, can know, and ever will be is in these three words. And that right there is what's called pure signal from the noise. You've just learned a cosmic cipher to all secrets. And you didn't earn it. You were given it. All right? And you don't understand it. And if I don't explain it to you, it'll probably be useless to you. But you have just learned something that took me tens of thousands of agonizing hours to distill from the noise of the world into the structure of pure wisdom. Okay, you don't understand yet, but this is the structure, the highest level macro structure of wisdom. And not just ordinary wisdom, but pure wisdom. And most people don't even make that distinction between wisdom and pure wisdom, but we can now. Okay, so these tribes are actually incredibly, incredibly powerful. But ordinary consciousness doesn't recognize it because it's lost in the noise. Okay? So this is why you're not getting a normal education. You're getting a priceless education. And once you learn more, I hope you use it with me to change the world. But this is just the beginning, okay? We'll have plenty more discussions after this. So in terms of your legality mode, this is important. Because if you mix these categories up, you're going to get sued. And you're going to harm the organization. So I've been in law. I don't just know a lot about philosophy and how to solve knowledge and divine wisdom. I know a lot about that. But I've been in court now for 2 years, and I know a lot about law. So if we're going to create a global movement, you have to engage the legal system, because that's actually where the real power is. Okay, they can stop your movement. And that's why the patent and all this legal stuff is important, because it gives us a real shot at reaching critical mass without being slowed down. So this, when you talk about this movement, you have to talk about it in 3 names. Okay? And that's because we have to name them different entities with different bank accounts to make them substantially separate. Or else we're mixing different legal levels and we can get sued for crossing boundaries. Hold on a second. Oh, my chest is just burning. Okay. So if you don't know, Bobby, like if you're in a tricky situation and you don't know if somebody's trying to sue you or charge you with foreign interference or sedition, or you're going to get attacked, right? Because we're going to have a lot of power. If you don't know which one to choose, default to the first one. Default to One World Spirit and just use that name. Because this is the non-political, non-profit one that can be global and local. And the reason why, no matter what country you're in, it is legally safe is because you're not lobbying any politicians or any resources at the international or local level. All that One World Spirit is we're being the change we want to see in the world. So we have that core sentence, right? One World Spirit is really just us implementing the policies in God's government. So if you unpack the 2 sacred sentences, there's 2 more sentences here. One of them is intergovernment right here. Okay, if you click that, you're going to see that we have ministries. And these ministries are not political externally. This is us running our own policies and divine decrees. So what we want governments to do are all in here. But One World Spirit does not tell anybody what to do. We just be it for ourselves, and we do it with our own members. Okay, so that's safe internationally and politically because we're not using our resources to change national policies or international policies. Okay? So if you're confused, you say one world spirit and you don't do any lobbying. You don't do anything political except with your own members. So that's why it's very important to know these distinctions. Now the next level is the tricky level, which is New World Spirit is the national. This is the one that's really, really risky. And this one, you can start New World Spirit in your country only. So in Peru, you can be the New World Spirit and the One World Spirit leader. And you can be the Fair World Spirit leader. You can be all three in your country. All right? Because New World Spirit is actually a political party. You're going to register a political party in your country, and you're going to start getting people signed up only in your country. And you will only take money from your country's citizens. You cannot take it from One World Spirit, and you cannot take it from Fair World Spirit. Only Peruvians can be in New World Spirit in Peru. Just like with me up here, only Canadians can be in the New World Spirit that I run up here. So we have to find people in all 193 or 200 countries worldwide, and we need to start 200 of these New World Spirit groups. But they can liaison with the international group Fair World Spirit through ambassador programs, and just like the United Nations, it has to be very diplomatic. Because if you take money from international sources or from One World Spirit, your government will charge you with foreign interference because a bunch of people outside the country are trying to influence the internals of the country, like taking over the country, basically. So you can get charged with a whole bunch of crimes, treason, a whole bunch of things, very, very serious. So this is why we have to separate them and make it very, very clear the legal distinctions, because this is how they crush movements before they even get started. Okay? And this is why when we recruit these 108 people, that's why we start off with this form, is that in the universal, right, when we're in the first hour, we're going to explain all of this in the universal meeting here, right, before we go into breakout groups in the particular. I'm going to explain everything I'm telling you now. I'm going to explain it to them in a shortened form and explain to them why which one they want to work at is important. And we've had 130 people. There's people that want to do all three, so we already have a pretty good base to start with. But the difference between national and international. So this one is God's government. This one's the international government, where we're going to start working with these in the proper way to start getting them all aligned with the core, right? As God's government, or as the scientific government, as you would call it, the wise government. And Fair World Spirit is the name that is the least controversial internationally. One World Spirit's controversial, and New World Spirit's a little bit more controversial. But this one only lobbies, it's political, but it only lobbies international bodies, not national bodies. And that's because we can pressure the United Nations and the World Bank and the International Labeling Organization, and we can pressure them at the international level with hunger strikes and stuff like that. So this is where you're going to want to go on hunger strikes, is because they're very effective with human rights. National, sometimes not so much. And for spiritual, you can go on a hunger strike for spiritual development because it's very good for your mind. Very powerful and purifying. So hunger strikes can serve all three levels. Good. So you want to do international. Great. But you can also do national in Peru. So you should start looking into, or do an AI search, how would you start a political party in your country, and what's the criteria? What do you need to do? And start asking people for help. And like, for example, if we pull this off, I promise, like, Fabi, I'm not going to promise, but Fabi, there's so much money around me, you wouldn't believe it. If I can get a couple of people working on this with me full time and sticking with me, that is the only thing really that's preventing people from believing in me, is that they think it's not working because I'm not popular. But if you're the first person that's going through this training. This is the latest training. I've gone through 100 versions of this before, and I burnt out the crew. But we didn't have it distilled like this, right? This form cuts through dozens of hours of conversation that I had with previous people. We now have the core sentence as well, which we never used to have. So it's very, very simple. You can learn it on your own. And we have a very simple meeting structure that takes care of all this stuff that we used to do by hand on paper and pen. We used to keep track of timers by pen, and now it's all done for you. So everything's gotten simpler, clearer and faster and easier. It's called ephemeralization. We were doing more with less. Okay. And we didn't have this legal structure before. I had to invent that this year. Okay, so if you stick with me, Bobby, I can raise more money for you and pay you than you would ever get doing almost anything else. We're going to cap the pay because it's got to be fair, but I'm letting you know that how much do you make per day at this job, this 6-hour job? In Peruvian dollars. Yeah, in Peruvian soles, yeah. So 150 to 200? Okay. Wow, really? Okay, so you're making about 60 to $81 Canadian per day. That's actually really good. They're paying you really good, actually. Really, let me think about this. Well, you're doing 6 hours per day. Oh, it's $10 per hour, 10 to 12. That's not the worst, actually. That's actually not too bad. So we could probably pay you that. So you're getting paid roughly. You said 6 hours, $6 per hour. I mean, you said 6 hours per day. Right. So that's about $10 to $12 an hour. So for 10, so you're about 10 times more expensive than somebody in Nigeria to pay per hour. Yeah. So let me just see here. So, so that's doable. I could probably get somebody to pay you that. At least for a couple hours eventually. Not right now, because you gotta stick with me and they gotta believe in you. And if I could say, hey, look, Bobby contacted like 200 people. He put in like 50 hours. He did all this stuff, and he's really good at his job. He's enjoying the meetings because he wants social connection and all these types of things. And you know, I'm giving you academic training and all this stuff, right? So we're balancing our exchange. You're actually getting a lot more value than you realize right now, but that will come out in the wash later. That's when I can go to somebody and say, hey, look, Fabi's actually reliable. He's actually getting it. He believes in the core. If you believe in the core and you understand nobody else in the world is doing this, that you are witnessing a world movement being born right now. You're at ground zero right now. And I've started movements before from nothing. I've gone from just me to hundreds of people and like big rallies of people very, very quickly. So I'm lining up all the puzzle pieces to do that. And I'm protecting my time. That's why I'm not having a lot of people in my meetings right now, is because I could spend a lot of time training them, but they're lost. They take too long to train. So I'm putting all my time to actually developing the system. And now we have a way to get huge amounts of people on the ground through free vegan buffets. I'm organizing people here. Like the birthday bash was so successful, people want to be a part of it. We got 6 more organizers from that who are passionate. So I'm going to ask them to organize these weekly community vegan buffets, gourmet vegan buffets. And we're going to reduce the price point from $30 a plate, which is what we paid for a buffet that wasn't even full. We're going to reduce it from $30 a plate to $1 to $3 to $5 per plate for gourmet. And we're going to do that through all these tricks that make veganism delicious. And then we're going to serve 500 people, and we're going to try and build the movement on the ground that way and get them into the system and start doing these acts of kindness through the software. We're going to introduce the software to people at the buffets. online, that's how we're going to do it on the ground everywhere in the world. There's a woman in Nigeria you're going to meet my old crew. I'm going to invite my old crew from Nigeria and Pakistan who I used to pay. They're $2 an hour, way more cheap than you. So we're going to invite them back. We're going to get all of you guys to start doing these huge vegan buffets. And I'm going to show you how to organize them. And we're going to start rallying all the vegan cooks in your area. So on YouTube, on the restaurants, we're going to start building a coalition of them for God's government. And we're going to start hosting these huge, free, unlimited vegan buffets. And when people come, they're going to be so happy that they're going to want to do an outrageously kind act. And we're going to use the software to match them with other people at the event if we can. And they're going to want to give their God-given talents because they're inspired. That's how it works. Okay, so that's how we're going to do it on the ground. Now online, how we're going to do it is through the flock strategy and through the advertisements that I've built around this form that you see here. They are incredibly successful. This is working. These 10 questions, I built advertisements around these, and they work very well if you do it the right way. I did it the wrong way at first, so you have to do it the right way. So I found out how to do it the right way after 2 months, 3-4 months, and now we can get thousands of people for relatively cheap if we need them. Okay, and those are the people you're going to be contacting with me. And they're volunteers. They're not expecting to be paid. They're just volunteers. And you can spend quality time with them because you have timers right here. Okay, so that's why you're going to send the form to them if they're still interested. I'm going to send you, if you're interested, I'm going to send you 100 contacts, and they're all old. They all signed up. They all filled out the forms about a month and a half, 2 months ago. So they might not even remember filling out the form. So you would just say, "Hi, I'm Fabi." You gave your phone number to Fair World Spirit to contact you because you're interested in volunteering. We're not going to pay anybody in the beginning because we have to do the matching. That's why I don't feel comfortable paying you yet. But eventually, as we do these Pareto adjustments, we start measuring everything fairly. Some people will get money, some people won't, because you don't care about money. It's like, well, if you want quality time in academics and you don't have to pay for it, then it's just direct. And then if you need your rent to be paid for, somebody else will pay for that, or you'll work your job, whatever. It'll balance all of these things. And ultimately, it will come down to time. It'll be coming down to sharing time. It'll be. So once you get somebody to fill this out, and you can even, if you get really good at it, you can start to educate them like I'm educating you on why they're important. Right? You'll get more and more educated as time goes. Then the next step is to get very pragmatic. We don't want to stay in the theoretical. We want to take that and we want to get into a meeting and start having real meetings and meeting other people right away. So that's why it ends with these meeting dates, is that we want to meet you. So if you send this to them, they should tell us what dates will work for them, and then try and confirm which one they're coming to. Like, are they coming to session 1, session 2, session 3? And if we start getting lots of people, then we'll have more sessions, right? My stomach. But for now, I need to eat like in the next week. That's why I'm compressing it. Worst case scenario is I eat 7 days from now, but I'll be close to 60 days no food. Do you understand me, Bubby? Okay. So now we should probably update this form. Give me a second. It's really up and down. I feel sick if I talk too much. Okay. So, and we get people from around the world, so that's why I put multiple time zones, because when you host meetings, international time zones are a huge problem. So that's why you just put them all here. It'll save you a huge headache. Okay. Once they come into the meeting, we teach them about the blessings, we teach them about the checklist. And I'm going to try and divide them up into flow role groups and say, based off of your choices, right? I think you got to choose what flow role did you want to play up here. Right here. Which mode of flow role do you want to play? So you would be in the strategist team. I would categorize you. So when you come into the meeting on the 13th in 2 days from now, you would be on the strategy team. And you have a strategy checklist. Oh, shoot. Hold on a second, Bobby. Hold on. Oh, my gosh, man. Okay, hold on. Oh. It goes up and down really quickly. Okay. This is the old way we did it. So each one of these colors is one of the flow roles. And you are blue. So your entire team, so you'd be the lead strategist. And there's base level, mid level, high, ultra high, godly, spirit, and absolute. You and I are shooting for spirit right now. We've already done all of these. We've accomplished them. The birthday reached 82 people concurrently, so we unlocked the checklist to godly level. But as a strategist, you have 3 columns of to-do lists technically to do. And then if you go down to mid, you do 3. But you can assign people to these. So you might only do this column, and somebody else will do this column, and somebody else this column. You might have 3 co-lead and co-co-leads. And then you have co-strat and then co-co-strat down here. So you technically could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strategists on your team. But the reality is we're going to get all 108 people to probably do these blessings. But these checkboxes now are actually right in your own timer, right? It's not separate. That's how I have to do it. So there's actually a lot of tasks to do. I actually numbered them. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Ouch. Is this making sense so far? Okay. Well, we numbered them so you can keep track of the tasks you do. So we have technically, your tasks are between, like your team, between task 91 and 130, or even more, is what you guys are going to accomplish during the meeting, ideally. And if we all do those tasks, we'll get 5,000 blessings. Not just 36. In 1 hour, we'll get 5,000. So even if you miss them and you're learning them, you can miss a couple and we'll still make the blessings as long as we have 108 people minimum. Okay? If we don't have 108 people minimum, Fabi, we can't unlock these last 2 columns. You can only go to a godly, and the maximum points that you can get for godly is 12. Okay? But the maximum you can get for spirit is 3 times more, 36. And if everybody gets 36 plus the points of the other ones, it adds up. You add your base to your mid, you add your mid to your base and high, you add your high to the ultra, and you add your godly to the spirit. If you add up all of your points from these plus the 36 at the end, just spirit by itself is 36 points. Then you get 54 points as one person. Okay? Only if we have 108 people though. So this task at the end is worth as much or more than all these other ones. So that's why we want 108. Does that make sense? Okay, I want to show you something. I want to show you how the points are structured. I built this with AI for global critical mass. So these are not random blessing numbers. The reason why the points are structured this way per blessing, or if you're religious, you don't use blessing in your religious crew. You use insight. You're going to give an offering, right? You use the language of your meta mode, okay? So blessing is religious because it's 85% of the people that we're going to message are going to be religious around the world. All right? Just there's no way around it, probably. So the inside of the offerings are pointed in a very specific way to build critical mass. So here they are. Do you want to take a screenshot of this, Fabi? Okay. Now here's each of the levels, right? Each level represents a changing of quality and quantity. So in base, it says the number of people needed to have a base meeting, like that has to be in a flow roll. The number of people have to be in a flow roll has to be at least one. And the total blessings per hour that one person can get is 12 for the whole hour. And they do 36 tasks to get that 12. And each task is worth 0.33 blessings, so very little, right? Okay. So so the total number of blessings is supposed to be 12 here. I actually copied the wrong algorithm. Something's not right here. Why is that happening? It's supposed to be G15 this times this. But okay, G15. Oh yeah, here. G15 times D15. Oh yeah, the number of people times the number of total blessings cumulatively is how much you get by the end of the meeting. So total hourly cumulative blessings is all done perfectly per hour if everyone perfectly performs. Oh. Something is not right here. Okay, these ones are old. The new ones, the ones that I just calculated recently, are the accurate ones. So anyway, with godly, you can see how the numbers rapidly escalate because the number of people doing the blessings rapidly escalates. So the number of people, right? We have one person, and then it doubles to 2, and then to 4. You need to have 4 people to do the flow rolls in high, minimum 4. Then for ultra high, you have to have 12 people minimum to take on the flow rolls. And then for godly, you have 36 people that take on the flow rolls. And then for spirit, you have 108 people, which is where we're at now. So 108 people doing these blessings will accumulate to 3,888 per hour. But the reality is, that's only because of the last. If everybody does the final task, 36, that's what gives you the 108 times 36 blessings is 3,000. But you actually also add up the previous blessings, which is 54 per person. So 54 blessings times 108 people is 5,886 per hour. Okay. So after this, though, is absolute, and we need 324 people. And 324 people, if they do their last task is worth 108 blessings for the last task. The last task is harder. This is a higher quality. And what that means is that instead of doing all of these, one person is focused on just this, and one person on just each person gets to focus on one task. Whereas in the beginning, the base does all the tasks, but they're very superficial. So the tasks deepen as you get deeper in the quality. So the meetings get better and better because it's not just more and more. It's not just about more and more people. The nature of the tasks get more and more intense. Okay, so like let's say a base task is like giving somebody a compliment. Say, hey, you have nice hair. Okay, mid is a deepening of that quality. Say, hey, you have really nice hair because it's shiny. And then you go to high, it goes even more deep. It says, you have really nice hair because it's shiny and makes you look like that supermodel, or makes you look like what's her name? Makes you look like oh wow. Um oh wow. Rihanna. Can't believe it. Rihanna. So you're giving her an even more deep compliment. But then the quality goes even higher with ultra high. And you might say, you know what, your hair looks really beautiful and shiny like Rihanna's. And you know what? I have one of Rihanna's special beauty hair products that I think I can give you um an order to. I'll give you the Amazon order. So here, I'm going to give you a recommendation on how to make your beautiful hair even more beautiful. And then godly might be, you know what? Every time you come into this meeting with that beautiful, gorgeous hair, it picks up the meeting. I'm going to buy you Rihanna's uh, hair stuff, and I'm going to send it to you in the mail. Okay? And then when you go to spirit level, you might say something like, you know what? We're going to go to a Rihanna concert together. And we're going to see if we can get you a picture with her. And see if she'll see if one of her bodyguards or somebody will take your phone number. And then absolute is where you, like, one person is 100% dedicated. This is where you make people's dreams come true. This is like Make-A-Wish Foundation. This is like, we got tickets backstage to meet Rihanna, and she's going to give you a bottle of this hair shiny stuff directly signed and autographed. And she might come to our ever-living meetings when you're there and do a show for us directly in the meeting. So do you see what I mean, Bobby? It goes from like superficial. As it gets deeper, the quality gets deeper, not just the quantity. The quantity is increasing, the number of people, but the tasks themselves get more and more amazing. But we can't have one person doing all of these. One person, to get a ticket to backstage Rihanna, is going to take one person like a month to do. So when you do an absolute task, it's a huge task, right? So that's why we have so many people, because so many people can help. Some in a group of 324, somebody might know somebody who's the stage manager of Rihanna, and that's how you get that happening in record time. Is the bigger the quantity, the bigger the network, and the more miracles that can happen, as long as you're sharing in the nature of the flow rules and with justice and building trust. If you don't have trust, nobody's going to share those connections with you. But if we're getting people think that's the best meeting I've ever been to, you've unlocked the secret of human connection. I trust the process. I will connect you to my uncle, because I know that if you guys are like this in these meetings, you'll be great with them. Okay, so quality and quantity are increasing. All right. In fact, as we're talking about this, I'm thinking I should add a column here. Does that make sense, Fabi? Okay. And the link between quality and quantity came from the universal logic. They're actually in dialectic, but not a lot of people realize that. But when you do, you can design the processes off of it. Oh, what's going on here? Um, mm, mm. Okay. So the number of tasks. So the number of things I think this person has to do is 36 tasks. It's insane. Then it cuts in half. So then it's like 18 tasks. And then it's what is it? If it's high. I haven't looked at this in a while, Bobby. Okay, so if it's high and there's 4 people, yeah, they have to do all of it. They have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. They have to do 12, I think. Okay. The old way we did this was not as good. So then once you have 12 people, then you have 3. And then when you have 36 people, then I think you have 2. And then I think each person's going to have 1. And then I think each person's going to have to share their task with one other person. So you see the number of tasks they have to do also shrinks. Because they're putting more time and energy into each one. Here, they're just like blazing over them and giving very little attention to each one. And then here, they're putting all their being into it. Okay? So that's the real genius in universal logic behind how I built dialectic and sublation into making these moments that are normally opposites into harmonies. Normally, as the quantity increases, it's like superstores, right? As you get bigger and bigger and bigger, it gets less and less, it gets more and more superficial, right? When you go into a small store, like a vegan store, you know, the shop owner knows you because they have a smaller niche market, and they, you know where all the specialty items are, and they know how your day is going. They know you're on a first name basis because they only get like maybe 20 customers, right? So the quality is very high with a very small number. But as you get bigger and you get to the supermarkets, right, it's like the tailors don't care about you. They're like processing you like a machine because there's so many numbers, right? The quality then goes down. They don't know your name. They don't know what you like to eat. They don't know anything, right? So in our reality right now, quality and quantity are fragmented. That's what's killing the spirit as we scale. But as we scale with God's government, we don't have that dialectic happen to us because we're sublating it. That means we're preserving the human quality, the deep intimacy, what's called immanence, as we gain quantity. All right, does that make sense? Sort of? Okay. So this is a lot more profound. This is godly knowledge. Nobody else in the world knows how to do this. But I built it into the software. Okay? These are going to be in the checklist. So as long as we follow these numbers and we scale proportionately, dialectic scales proportionately because everything is in a unity, like the law of the conservation of energy. There's only so much energy in the universe, and it's got to be transformed. It's never created or destroyed. It's transformed in a balancing equation. Okay? So dialectic is like that. But it's not just for math, it's for everything, including scaling God's government. So this is a lot of information, but you're getting a world-class education right now. But I'm letting you know to take these numbers very, very seriously. There are thousands of hours of research behind these very simple numbers. And just because they look simple doesn't mean they're not profound. I built this on something called essence. And wisdom and essence are simpler looking than this machination and craziness of our dead consciousness. But these are very, very powerful because they're doing multiple things at once. Okay. That's good enough, I think, for today. So we need 108 people, and they need to do the blessing. That's our goal, and we're going to get them into the next 3 meetings. And if we don't reach 108, we can still chip away at the blessings in practice. We're going to test the software. So if we get 12 people or 50 people, we're going to test the software with it. Okay? And something always breaks in the software. Something always breaks. So if we test the software like a godly level, we're still going to get 660 blessings, which is not bad. Right? That'll take us down from 3,100 down to 2,500. And then if we do another one on the 15th, and we do another godly, or if we actually reach the spirit, that's okay. If we do another godly for, let's say, 3 hours, then 3 times 660 will actually be let's do this. 3 times 660 is 1,980. So then all we have left to do is 600 more blessings. So if on the 17th we can only reach godly again, only 36 people, or under 108, then all it takes is this one last godly meeting, and I can eat. Even if we only ever reach, if we don't get to 108, and we just reach godly, and we do 3 hours, we can do it within the 13th to the 15th, but we have a backup as the 17th. But to be honest, I think we're actually going to make it to the 108 by the 17th. So guaranteed. And whatever blessings are spilled over will count towards the next meal. Okay? And the next meal... Oh, man, I'm going to puke here. The next, if you want to see the blessing count, here's the blessing count. All these numbers are calculated, so you can see how many blessings we need per meal and which countries we're going to cook for. You should join me in the cooking as well. Dang, I could have did Peru. I could have did Peru this time. Oh well, we did Peru last time. So you can see here, Fabi, do you see the screen? So these are all the meals that I've had since I started hunger striking 2 years ago, or a year ago, or technically 2 years ago. But this is the perpetual one. This is when I started the perpetual one. So my first meal, I started the hunger strike on May 22nd, like last year, and I went 2 weeks without food, and I had my first meal. And what I ate was Vietnamese. I had rice wraps, and I honored Vietnam. Right. Then I got back on the hunger strike, and I was able to eat within 3 days because we only needed 3 blessings. So, yeah, I think we only needed 3 blessings. Or how many? Oh yeah, right here. Total blessings needed. Oh, I needed 5 blessings. So I needed 3 blessings for the first, which I got. Then it took me 3 days to get 5, and then my next meal was India. Then my next blessing was 3 days after that, which was 8, and then I ate Italy. And then I went 3 more days, and I needed 12 blessings, and then I had Mexican. So you can see I started off pretty strong. And then 3 more days, you can see that I started deviating. I put notes here. I said, okay, it started getting harder, right? So it says I actually ate on July 13th to 16th. And then on July 9th, I can't remember how that all worked, but it started getting harder, and I didn't actually eat Ethiopian. I couldn't find the proper food. I think I had something else. What did I have? I made a note somewhere. Anyway, and then on August 2nd to 4th, you can start to see the meals start to spread out. So then I went, did I go a month? Yeah, I think I went a month without eating here. I couldn't get 27 blessings. So then I started realizing I had to pay people to do this because my processes weren't that good. So anyway, it took me a month to figure out the next process, and I had to calculate all these numbers, and I did that, and then I had Lebanon. I ate Lebanon. And then after that, I ate on the 12th, which was a week later, so it got better, 40. And then I made 62 blessings, and blah, 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 blah. So you can see I kept getting more and more. Now we're getting pretty extreme, right? And the cost has been going down. I was spending hundreds of dollars, and now the cost is going down. And now we can do it with volunteers, because we can't pay for 3,000 of these like we used to. I used to pay $1 a blessing or something. So you can see where we're at now is 3,600. So we're at meal 20. Right, we're at meal number 21. Or meal number 20. And I was supposed to have this meal on July 28th last year. That's how far behind we are. But I'm still alive. So after this meal, we need to get 5,453. So it keeps increasing. That's why we can't sit still. We have to start preparing for the next meal. Okay? That's why we have to keep increasing the levels. And the number of people. So the good news is that if we reach the absolute level, it's 372 people. And I think it's like 58,000 blessings. So it will buy us some time. I actually might have to change it. I think that was a miscalculation. But if you want to help me decide which meals that I can break my fast with, this is where I'm planning. It's either China, Ukraine, Russia. But we can do a bunch of other things too. Like if you have a good suggestion, we could try and do something else. If there's a good reason to do it. This is the full list that AI said was the best way to do it. Here's a full list of all the nationalities. So this is the original list. So by meal 20, right here, we were supposed to do Persian. So Turkish. Oh, I did that already. Iran. So the next meal is supposed to be China, then Turkey, then Ghana, Brazil, Sweden, Indonesia, France, Egypt, Argentina. So we got a big list, and it gives us meal suggestions of vegan meals to eat, and it gives us all the nutrition, so I recover properly. Okay, so I hope you get an idea of how much thought I put into this, and it's all built for critical mass. Okay. So this is what you're helping with. This is a real chance to build the movement that Silas Rao is trying to build, but he will not get there because his meetings are not doing this. Right? He's not solving all these problems. Task management, justice and time, Pareto categories, measuring, 3-hour time management, universal logic, quality, quantity. And he's not doing it the Megacrisis. He's just doing climate change, where we need to do all of them, all 6 Megacrises, right? He's not solving any of those, which is why he's being naive. But we're going to take his research, and we're going to put it in God's department, and we're going to connect it to this comprehensive approach that can solve all these fragments that are ripped apart, and we're putting them together so they flow and it takes off. Okay? So that's what's happening here, and you and I are going to pilot the next version. And something is going to break. Something is going to break. Something always breaks. Every meal, something breaks, but it gets better. We learn from it, and the software will get better, and we'll learn, well, what did they not like about learning the core? What happened in the universal meeting? Oh, it took too long to explain. The timers or whatever. So then on the next meeting, we'll say, okay, we're not going to spend so much time. We're going to optimize. And as long as you're optimizing, that's called true innovation. And I innovate every 12 hours, right? That's why I have meetings every 12 hours. So once we break this, improve it, break it again, we'll get to a stable point, probably by the 17th. That stable point will reveal to us what the next big change has to be for the next meal, but I'll be able to eat for 3 weeks, and it buys us time to do the innovating and have discussions and start getting all 100 people contributing and building an economy. Okay, so but the big rush right now is to me not die, because I'm the only one that knows how to do this right now, and I tried to teach people for 2 years and they're learning too slow, and my methodologies need to improve, and they are. They're improving through the system here. The software is helping. So instead of me explaining it one by one by one, which drained me, the software teaches hundreds of people now. Okay? And it teaches them through immersion, which is the best way to learn. So the goal right now is just to buy me more time to keep doing this, because I'm in pain right now. Probably it's been I haven't eaten in almost 2 months. Think about that. I haven't eaten in almost 60 days, and I'm still going hard like this. So I want to, if you can come to, so first of all, let's confirm, can you come to these 3 meetings, the 13th, the 15th, and the 17th? It needs all 3 hours. Let me just check here. I'm going to check your form. Just let me look up your form. Oh, my head's throbbing. Oh, come on. And when you come to the meeting, by the way, you're supposed to bring a small gift. So think of something thoughtful, like in the love languages. You can give time, gifts, words of affirmation, whatever. So just bring something. Because when you get into the individual meeting, I'm going to try and match you with somebody who wants that thing from you. Hold on, let me just pull this up for you. Ah. Okay. You're really getting a crash course here. This used to take me days to explain to people, because it never used to be this concise. But okay, that's fine, dude. Here you go. Okay. Tabe. This goes to the end. And you said I can only do 2 hours. Yes, hard only if need be. Yes, hard if only if need be. Well, it is need be. What makes it hard? Is it the work, or what makes it? What time is it in your time zone? Well, we're in the same. You're 1 hour ahead of me, so. No, hold on. No, it would be 9 a.m. your time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They're all 9 a.m. So 9 a.m. on the 9 a.m. on the 13th in 2 days. 9 a.m. on the 15th. Okay, hold on. I wonder if there's a way that you can push it back. The way the software is set up, I set it up so I could try and run the meetings by myself. But when there's more people there, it has more buy-in. So if you make it there for the first universal, then you can help explain it with me. Because if I explain it, it's kind of boring. If there's 2 people, like you explain a part of the core, I'll explain a part of the timers, it looks more like a team effort, and it gets a lot more buy-in. But when people see 108 people in the meeting and they see that the software is real, they want to come back. They'll realize it's a real initiative, and then when they get excited, they're going to want to bring their friends. Okay, so this could all take off on the 13th, and then what'll happen is, if I have 108 volunteers, I'm going to go to my friends, and I'm going to say, hey, we have 108 people who have given this much. We need $10,000. And that person will say, you're right, you did it. Here's $10,000. and then I'm going to pay you your $12 an hour for 2 months, and you're going to work on this full time. Like, that's how it's going to happen. And we're going to, once my friend gets 10,000, I'm going to go to my other two friends, and they'll probably match him with 10,000, and we'll have 30,000. And if we have 30,000, then I'm going to go to my other friends, and my other friends, yeah, and they'll give more too. So that's what's going to happen here. If we can show them that this is stable and that the volunteers are staying and that people are giving like a 9 or 8 out of 10 at these meetings and consistently coming back for more and consistently getting value, that's how we're going to raise tons of money. Like, my friends just raised $3,000 for my birthday meal in an evening. So the problem right now, Fabi, is not the money. The problem right now is I need somebody to learn the core and stay with me and be reliable. And if you do that, and a couple of other people do that, and you understand this technology, and you understand that I'm not crazy, I know what I'm doing, then your life will change. And you will actually be changing the world and not pretending to change the world. You will be a part of human history forever. Because you're here with me right now, and you are God on earth. You are part of the spirit. Or religiously, you are part of the scientific revolution on how we're going to change how human beings think about the universe forever. Okay? So that's what I'm asking you for, is if you can delay your work for a couple of hours to be a part of this, this has a much higher capacity to change your life than that job ever will. But I can't guarantee you, right? We have to be taking a risk together. But if you're here for the first hour, then that will be good too. If that's all you can do, I can make use of that. So let's just firm this up. You're saying that on the 13th, you're good to come at 9 o'clock for 3 hours. So 9, 10, 11, and 12. Oh, so you work on Saturdays? So Saturdays, Sundays, and Wednesdays and Thursdays. So you don't work Mondays and Tuesdays. And you don't work Fridays. Okay, so if we book these meetings, we should book these meetings on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays. Okay, so, oh shoot. All the meetings are on your work days. Even the 17th is on a Wednesday. Okay, I'm going to add a fourth day. And the fourth day is going to... okay, we're going to add the 16th. So if we do it on the 16th, well, maybe we should do the 15th and 16th. If we pick too many days, then it dilutes, right? We have to get more and more people into the meetings because they can spread out. Okay, here's what we'll do. We're going to shoot for the 16th and 17th. I might cancel the 17th, but we'll do the 16th for sure. And then we'll do the 19th, the Friday. And on those 2 days, you can do 3 hours from 9 till noon in the morning. Okay, you're confirmed for the 16th and 19th. Okay, and that's going to give you a little bit. Yeah, but I'm saying we're not going to do the 15th, I don't think. We'll do the 16th and the 19th because the 15th will give. Yeah, so the 15th will let you recover from work, right? 15th you'll have a recovery day, and you know, and then on the 16th, once you're refreshed, we'll hit it hard, and it gives you a couple of days to message people even while you're at work or whatever, you can message them on WhatsApp and see how many you can get into the meeting. And I'll be working on it too. And we'll just see how it goes. So 16th and 19th for sure. And on the 13th, you'll come for the first hour, which is nice. So 13th, 1 hour, 16th, 3 hours, and then the 19th, 3 hours. Okay? Okay, so let's try that. And I really appreciate that. And hopefully I'll be able to eat, like, worst case scenario is the 19th I'll be able to eat. And that means I'll have gone 61 days, no food. So we're under the 76 days, which is good. But we gotta be careful. So can you write that in your calendar right now and put reminders on your phone? Okay? So as you learn to work with me, you're gonna learn world-class facilitation skills to address your weak spots. So the executor flow role, the red energy, is the one that sets alarms and makes sure that you stay on track and stay accountable to people. And when you start getting in the habit of it, it won't turn into a burden. It won't be like, oh, it sucks. You'll start to appreciate it. So on your phone, you should probably put in, right now, are you on an iPhone? What kind of phone do you have? Oh, you have an Android? You should have an alarm, a clock on your phone, right? So go in there, and there should be a setting to say, set a reminder on Tuesday, and set the reminder 2 or 3 hours ahead of 9 o'clock. Well, what time do you wake up usually? Okay, set the alarm for an hour ahead, but also, if you can, set the alarm for when you go to bed to remind you that the meeting is the next day in the morning. And I'll probably remind you too, because I don't want to waste these connections. I spent hundreds of dollars on these connections. So if you do contact them and they're coming, we don't want to waste them because I spent money on these. So we'll try that, but they're older contacts. So if it doesn't work out, they are a little bit old. But we're going to be working our way up to the newer contacts because we're experimenting with the approach, right? And by the time we get to the new ones, the fresh ones, that's when we should have our approach nailed down perfectly. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So it's been a couple hours. Do you have any questions about any of that? Say that again. No one has ever put the universals into scientific form. Okay, so all through human history, there's a special kind of evolution that's going on that most people aren't able to recognize. And it is the evolution of science, but it's not fragmented science. It's the universal kind. Okay, so when analytic philosophy started, like Hegel got it, when analytic philosophy started, they got the form right, but the content fragmented. So they didn't understand Hegel. If they would have understood what Hegel said, then we'd be way further than we are now. But the way the dialectic works is Hegel came as a principle of spirit, or a principle of true science, concrete science in history. And it's like setting off. If you study Kuhn, there's a guy named Thomas Kuhn. In the philosophy of science, Thomas Kuhn is very famous because he tried to define how science evolves and what the essence of science is. And he didn't get as far as Hegel, not even close. He didn't even study Hegel. But Thomas Kuhn said science evolves in two ways. He said it evolves in ordinary science, which are like reforms, like little small changes that improve science over time. These are the quantitative changes. But he says there's a moment in time where all those little quantitative changes turns into a huge qualitative change. And that huge qualitative change is what he calls a revolutionary scientific moment, or an exemplar emerges. So Hegel, in Thomas Kuhn's language, was an exemplar who came and set off revolutionary science. But it was so revolutionary that everybody who came after him couldn't understand it. So they negated Hegel, and we spent the last 250 years trying to understand what he said, or ignoring him and going backwards and fragmenting him. So Hegel really is where science stopped for real. We have a fragmented version of science called analytic philosophy now. Right form, wrong content. Hegel has right form and right content, but we need to modernize it with the current phenomena. And I started doing that with the proof of truth. So that's what I mean, is nobody has ever done what Hegel's done, but Aristotle and Plato were the start of it. Okay, and religion before that was the beginning of mixing what's called pure thought and sensuousness together. They're mixing it. They're trying to purify thought, trying to purify form and content. Philosophy came and grasped the first pure content in pure form, but it was only the first one. So it was nascent. And then for the last 2,500 years, we've been purifying that and adding universals to it, unaware that that's what's happening through human history. But Hegel was the one that saw this universal history underneath all these particular events that are all crazy. And then he put them all into one big system. And it completes itself where science is now self-grounding. It solves the demarcation problem. Now, before we go further on that, here's my website's finally back up and running. So this is your task galaxy. You see it? Now, instead of checklists, which burn people out, you can change your galaxy. Let's use a different color. Let's use blue. Okay, that's good. Okay, so my guts hurt. So we're going to change our color. So each one of these rings is a time. So these blue ones are decades. Do you see where it says decade here? This is the 2030s, and this is the 2020s, and this is 2026. Do you see where it says 2026 there? And then this is June, which is this month, and then just the June 16th, June 15th, June 14th, June 13th, June 12th, June 11th. That's today, right? 2200, 2100, and then of course we have this hour right now, which is 8:23 my time, 9:23 your time. So these tasks are called GSD trees, and you can click on them like this, and you can split them, you can transfer them, you can edit them, you can complete them. You can even change their deadlines by double clicking on them and moving them around to different rings. You can move it way up here, and I changed the deadline. Okay, very, very powerful stuff. And let's say you wanted to move the whole tree, right? You can actually click it, and you can move. You can move the whole thing like that, very, very quickly. This is very hard to do with checklists, and you can create sections, which is broken right now, but you used to be able to create sections. Let's say you want to move one of the children. It's like, okay, we need something to be done sooner. You just drag it. It's done. But the really hard thing to show with checklists is these lines. In one fraction of a second, effortlessly, you can see that these three tasks are connected to this one. In a checklist or a Gantt chart, this is very hard to do. And you can not only see that, at the same time, you can see how far apart they are to see which ones have to be accomplished at the same time. So you can see that these two have to be accomplished in the same day. right? And that day is down here, which is the 14th. Okay, but this one has to be done sooner. Now, let's say, somebody has to accomplish, let's say this is like harder, you have to like split it. You can split it into 2 more tasks and very, very quickly design it out. And then you can move these tasks to wherever you need them to be. Okay, so it's very, very fast. This is very slow using checklists, and it's unintuitive. Okay, let's say that you actually don't have time to do this. You can actually go and you can give this task to somebody else. Oh, I don't have any allies. Oh, there we go. You can assign this, let's say, to Fairworld Spirit. So you can go add Fairworld Spirit as a friend, and if Fairworld Spirit accepts the friend request, then you can send the task to them like a transfer, like a stock exchange. So very quickly, within 10 seconds there, you got a huge amount of energy, a huge amount of information that would have taken you a long time to read or do in a checklist, Bobby. So that's why it's very important to use these task galaxies with big, and there'll be millions of trees. The one for like AI or global poverty will be millions of trees, and individual people can own different tasks. Okay, so we got a friend request here. We're gonna accept this. We're gonna accept this. Added. Okay, good. So now we're friends. So if we go back to my other dude, okay. So it's a bit of a learning curve. But now you can see I should be friends. So then you can click on this, and you can go to transfer, and then you can go to ally menu, and you can go to Fairworld Spirit, and this person should be our friend, but it looks like it's broken. Well, nonetheless, you can see that the AI is fixing everything. Nonetheless, once you transfer a task to somebody else, it'll be a different shape. Squares are owned by other people, and these colors will change. So green means that your profile and that task are matched. So you're going to be experiencing calmness. Green means calm. But if this task was red for you, that means you shouldn't take it on because it would put you into anxiety. You're not skilled enough to take it on, probably. So in 1 second, you can see what you can do and how big the task is and what the timelines are and who owns what. And you can see the description of each task right here. You can see everything in literally 1 or 2 seconds. What would normally take you probably 10 to 15 minutes to read on a checklist. Okay? So that's what this task galaxy is supposed to do. It's very powerful. And you can create another task very quickly over here if you want. And then start a new tree. Okay, beautiful. Good. Okay. All right, so now you can just start building a tree over here very quickly. Why not do 3 tasks? And you put in whatever your task is, right? So this would be for climbing those, whatever. And you can just keep doing this. Scroll down like this. This one's going to need, let's go split. Let's say 4 tasks. Right? Very, very, very fast. Very, very fast. You can build up entire projects like this and then assign people very, very quickly. Blah, 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 blah. All right. So, and the other thing too is you can actually drag out the rings, but it's broken right now. So the galaxies don't stay the same size. They're actually supposed to drag out like that. But that's what I'm going to try and get hopefully fixed the next 2 days. All right. If you want to have a meeting, you can actually click on these and you can actually edit the details and have a meeting about this task right here. And here's the meeting here's the meeting menu. All right. You scroll down, You can actually see what tasks are due for each thing, blah blah blah, and you can create an event, and all this stuff is very very fast. Boom. You can see here's the universal with our 108. Then we're gonna break into 18 smaller groups of 5 people, and then these groups after hour 2 are gonna break into individual groups here. You can see who's in these groups. Okay. So as the meeting's progressing, you can see where you are. And you're going to be in this group, apparently. Or I am, whatever. And then I'm going to be in this group. So this is very powerful. Oh yeah. And your galaxy is fully present down here. But it's broken so far. So, okay. So does it make sense, Fabi? Okay, so nobody else in the world is doing this. It's going to be very powerful once things get going. And this is the complicated version. I'm trying to make a simplified version where it's really just going to be these 3 tabs. And it's going to be the video. And it's going to be the timers and the galaxies. That's it. So they might not mess with any of this. Like look at what we created. We created that in like 10 seconds. But it'll just be 3 little boxes. It'll be the video. It'll be these timers down here, which you can't see. And then, oh, I see. It's not done creating it. Oh, whatever. And that's all that they're going to see. They're not going to see all these buttons and all this other stuff. This is all very, very hard on the brain in the beginning. So we're going to have a very simple version, and then we're going to have this advanced version where they can see schedules and they can see a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Okay, so that's a crash course, but we're going to try and teach in 2 days. I'm going to try and get the AI to build all this so that it does the simple version. And then our goal is to try and get through all 3 hours and see how many people last to the 3rd hour. Okay, and we're going to track how many blessings are done here, how many blessings are done here, and how many blessings are done here. And then the software should tell me by the end of the meeting how soon I can eat. All right, so the last thing I guess is if I send you, you know what, I can send you 28 people. That's what I'll do. I'm going to send you 28 people, Fabi. And you message them when you can. And we'll see how many of those 28 you can message between now and the 12th or the 13th. And if you don't get very many, that's okay. If they can't make it to the 12th, then you can say, well, the 13th. Wait a second. I do have the 15th, don't I? Yeah, we have the 15th, 16th, and 19th. I guess we could do, but hold on. I don't think that's right. Hold on, Puppy. Hold on. Sorry. I did it every 2 days, so yeah, we're gonna do it on the 13th. Oh, we are doing it on the 15th. Oh man, sorry, I got messed up too. So we could try the 13th, 15th, 17th, and 19th. But if you feel up to it, we could do the 16th too. Would you want to do both days, or do you want to just do one day? And which day would you prefer to do, the 15th or the 16th? Yeah, the 15th? Okay. We'll keep it the 15th, 17th, and 19th. So 13th, 15th, 17th, and 19th. And then hopefully by the 19th I can eat, and we can get, if we keep messaging people every day, like a few every day. Yeah, those ones all managed by myself. Like, I know that. But the 15th and the 19th, you're solid for 3 hours. Okay. And then yeah, the 13th, just come for the first hour, and then I'll see how the rest goes. And then on the 17th, I'll do it by myself, or you could do 1 hour there. And then on the 19th, though, if we don't have enough blessings, we have to do a full out like messaging campaign so I can eat on the 19th. But okay, that sounds like the agenda then. So 13th, 15th, 17th, and 19th. Okay. Good. And did you set alarms in your phone for the 15th and the 13th, 15th, and 19th? Bobby, you didn't remember already today. I don't believe you. Okay. From now on, overcome that because I do it for you. I don't feel like messaging people. I do it anyway because we. Oh, okay. And if you feel too tired, right? If you think you're going to be too tired, message ahead of time. Say, hey, Mark, I was going to message you in an hour. I'm already too tired. I'll message you a couple of hours after I get home, right? Start predicting yourself. Like, start predicting so you can get ahead of bad habits. And then you'll build a lot of trust that way. And then your reputation will go up with your family, your friends. Your relationships will start to improve. Okay? But I do think you should probably set at least the alarm for at least one of those days. It takes 10 seconds, Bobby. It literally takes 10 seconds to set the alarm. Do it right now. Okay. Thank you. You can hear my own alarms going up. I have 2 alarms going off because I need to reset the stream. But while you're doing that, I'm going to just very quickly something else here. Oh, all right. So what I'm going to do is this. Okay, Bobby. One. Okay, so here we go. So what? All right. I'm going to send you their name. Their phone number. Okay. And we will see. And obviously, you're not. You cannot share this information with anybody, right? This is just for us, and and it's because they consented on the forms that I got them to sign on Facebook. And these are verified phone numbers. Okay. What the heck? Ooh. That seemed like a lot, Fabio? Did that seem like a lot of information? Really? You handled it well, even though English isn't your first language. That's surprising. Okay, well that's good news, I suppose. Um, so here, okay, that's good news. So what I'll do then is, um, well, yeah, and most people don't want to be oppressed, right? Like when they say government, they're like, I have to obey and do the thing I don't like. And the reality is that's going to happen because a lot of people are out of control right now and they want to do a bunch of sensuous impulsivity that actually harms everybody. So the law and government is going to have to say to people, you have to purify your mind and get out of this crazy consciousness and start sharing. So laws exist for a reason. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't like laws. The world would be better if we didn't have governments. That's absolutely not true. It's a jungle, and it's even more draconian. The fact that there's laws and you can negotiate and you have rights and you have all these things, they're not perfect yet, but it's better than being killed in a forest where you have no rights at all. And it's better than slavery. So as much as people don't think governments are good, it's actually amazing. You are more free now than any other human being and animal in human and animal history. So we have to learn to appreciate what the reality is, and that's like government is a very, very good thing. It's just that it's not ideal, it's not perfect, it's not totally wise. So what we're coming to do is saying we're going to take the good out of the government and we're going to bring it into the really good, the wise. Oh, yes, and so God and law are linked, right? So in the French Revolution, they said, oh, we need to separate church and state, right? So why, Mark, are you then bringing church and state back together again? Because it makes government worse. And what you need to understand is there's a discernment that has to happen. In one sense, removing church and out of the state is a good thing because it purifies the form. The problem with governments in the past is that they were not rational. They were not, the laws that they made were too particular. They weren't actually universal. The government is supposed to be the true universal. A king, for example, that was not benevolent. Benevolent dictators, like benevolent kings, were one of the best forms of governance ever. Okay? But how do you make a king benevolent and universal is the hard part. A lot of people are stuck in particular consciousness, meaning they force their own particularity on top of the universal, which oppresses people because it's not the true universal. That's why being clear on what the universals are is why the universal logic is necessary if we're going to start a government. And we're clear on those, very clear. So, for example, if a king liked mustard on his burger, right? And he said, that's a new universal law of the government. That's oppression, right? Because it's not a true universal. It's his particularity. Your bodily senses are contingencies, okay? They're not the universal. Those are your idiosyncrasies. And those idiosyncrasies are supposed to be diverse across people. It's supposed to be diverse. Yeah. You're welcome. Thanks for making time for this. Okay. So, the next thing is you can't have mustard as a universal because it's time space. It's a particularity, and particularities are supposed to be diverse. That's the art in the diversity. So people who mistake the universe for the particular for the universe, individual for particular, like if you mix those up, you get all these oppressive governments, all different types, and we're not going to make that mistake, right? Because not everybody likes mustard, but God doesn't care if you like mustard. Like my sister, like some people literally have taste buds that literally can't like mustard. So if the king makes it a universal that everybody has to like mustard, it's going to torture people. So it's not a universal, actually. So not having the clarity of universal is what causes a king to be a dictator and an oppressor rather than a benevolent dictator, which is a true philosopher king universal who doesn't mix those up. So we're very clear on it now. We're not going to make that mistake. In fact, we can design ahead of it. That's how we're going to stop oppressiveness of the government. But now, with the right to flow and those two sacred sentences in the core sentence, you also get a right to flow and you get universal tools and sacred time. So when you're interacting with the government, it maintains the interconnection that you feel like you belong to a government because you're being heard. Okay? And if you have a suggestion, an idea, and the government hears it, and the government comes back and says, your idea can't be implemented, it has to give you a reason. And that reason gives you dignity. Okay? So if your government has to treat you that way, and then it'll have a good reason why they can't integrate your idea. and then you can repeal it and have a dialogue back and forth. Okay? That's not what's happening right now. But that has to be a preserved, that's a spiritual activity, but it's also a rational, humanizing activity if you're atheist. All these things are built into my model of government, the scientific, rational government, that current governments are missing. All right, so as you learn, so go and learn the 2 sacred sentences, memorize them as you're messaging these 28 people, start learning them yourself, and then we'll come back, ask me questions during the day about it. I guess I should probably give you part of the website. Should do this. The website's broken, so I don't want anybody accessing it while I'm like developing it. What can I do for you? You have the core document actually, right? You have the core. Okay, so there's links to the 2 sacred sentences. Memorize them. Like you have to memorize it and say it in 1 minute and 30 seconds. It makes the process so much better. Just go over it in your head like 50 times. One guy I was teaching for like 2 years, and he couldn't get it. And then one day he committed to it over a weekend, memorized it, and now the conversations are way better. So just memorize it and then ask questions about it. It'll help you. Ooh, mama. So that's why governments are scary, is because they mix up those categories, they create oppression, and mixing in religion on top of that makes it even more particular, because on top of mixing up universal, particular, and individual, it also mixes up superstition. So the good thing about getting rid of religion in government is that superstition is against rationality. It's irrational, right? There's no grounding to superstitions. So the good thing with the French Revolution is that it got rid of superstition in the form of law. So the law's got the right form now, which is actual rationality, which is the universal. But they got rid of the content. So religion had God and knew that everything belonged together. It was grounded on some kind of objective history. But the laws in the beginning became really contingent, meaning it was like building on quicksand. And that's why right after the French Revolution, there was this thing called the Terror, right? Not after the French Revolution, but when they overthrew the monarchy, the laws changed every 6 months because people were just attacking each other. They go, who creates the laws? Who creates the laws? So that kind of contingency is what happens when you don't have a grounding concrete content. So we gained the form without superstition, but we lost the content. So what we're bringing back in with God and art and all that, we're not bringing in the religion. We're not bringing in the superstition. We're bringing in the concreteness of how that universal form of reason completes itself and solves the demarcation problem. And when it does that, it becomes absolute, which sounds religious. So we're taking all the fragments of the laws that are making our society very painful and relativistic. We're bringing now into a moral foundation that is objective. So even ethics now well, here's the thing, right? You can't rely on AI with me. Like the tricky thing and the kind of scary thing is if I didn't empower you with these tools in the beginning, right? Like I'm very open. I embrace anti-cult training. I talk about cults right off the beginning. I get everything out in the open so that you feel safe critiquing and asking your questions. But you're talking to somebody who has profound knowledge and profound power, right? People like this can manipulate other people very easily because we know how to use culture and all these things. So what I do is I expose all the secrets right away so that you can start protecting yourself from me and all these things that I've learned. Now, when it comes to AI is not smart enough to understand me. So if you try and check me with AI, it hasn't gotten to that point yet. No one in history is. right? And it reads Hegel, but it reads Hegel in the dead way like we did for the past 250 years, which is why nobody caught on, except for Marx a little bit. And Marx caught on a little bit, and look at he changed the whole world, right? Half the world is communist, right? That's how powerful these universals are. We're gonna quadruple that times of, like, way more, right? That's coming. Now, when you check AI, first of all, it could be manipulating you and sandbagging you. It could be preventing you from understanding me because I have the cure to controlling it or aligning it. And it's also just not reading Hegel properly, and I tested it. And the tribes is how I test it. All right, and it is not stable. It's in that contingent, like the terror. It's in the stage after the French Revolution where it's like it doesn't know where the truth is. It has no objective ethics. Oh. It lacks information. But like, if I had time, Bobby, I would have written like 50 papers by now. Like, I would be famous by now. I'm already a top. Whatever I did publish, I'm a top 100 innovator worldwide. Algorithms are detecting me. So the problem is that I can't do that. The problem is that we have to start God's government and do that at the same time. And I am. Once you and other people help me run the meetings, we're growing God's government, and you start gaining real authority. Like, once you start getting empowered. Right, and that sounds totally rational, right? That sounds like a great idea, right? But you're naive, and you haven't been doing this for 75,000 hours like I have. So I've thought of that, and not only have I thought of it, I've done it, and I've found the limitations of it. So you are very, very naive as an activist. The problem with that is that you're stuck in the mode of, like I said, facts and rationality. You're right that it's going to work with the academics, and I thought there'd be a somewhat fast track, but I've been in academia for 12 years. It's horrendously slow. So, first of all, it's very risky to take that path, but there is one academic that could look at it like, this is amazing, and then blow it up worldwide. I took that approach, and I messaged the top 50 universities in the world, including Harvard. I messaged their entire philosophy department. I messaged Princeton. I messaged them all, okay? So that was one side of it. I'm not even done addressing the naivety in your reply, okay? So I'm just saying, in terms of academics, there's a wall there, and I've already primed it, okay? So that's already done. I've already sent a lot of these things to those academics. None of them replied except for 3, and they're all dismissive because they're all busy and they don't understand it. Okay, it takes a while to explain it to them. I messaged Graham Priest, who's the closest guy to understanding